I think this is the worst. That's what makes me. Can we go? Sure. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you and actually commend you for getting up early on Saturday morning and joining us for a special, technically site event session, but being in this wonderful hall, I think the importance of our topic is quite obvious. The name of our session is Women and Resilience in Leadership Across Armed Forces, Peace Building, and Post-Conflict Reconstruction. So the title already is quite packed. We have top-notch thought provokers with us today. And we have less than 1 hour at this point, 56 minutes now officially. And because we have this wonderful array of expertise in different fields, but connecting us in talking about women in leadership, their resilience, but also the shortcomings that we're observing and the improvements that we need to work on in a more actionable and practical ways. I will not waste too much time. My name is Vladislava Gubalova. I'm a senior fellow at GlobSec, as well as I lead the GlobSec See Her initiative. I will shamelessly promote our latest report, which is on women in defense on the Eastern flank. And actually, the lead author is one of the main organizers of this conference. So thank you to the organizers for giving the floor for us to discuss the topic on women and leadership in the 3 different domains: armed forces, within the peace building domain, and post-conflict reconstruction. So very quick introductions, and we will gonna straight dive in to some of the initial thoughts of our presenters. First, to my left, is Major General Kasparas Pudens. He is the Chief of Defense of the Republic of Latvia, and he has more than 25 years of military experience and service. And your motto, sir, is "My Latvia, my responsibility." So starting with very high level of accountability and personal responsibility, which we highly appreciate. Then we have Commander Sharon Lewis-Simpson. And Commander Lewis-Simpson is the Deputy Director of Women, Peace and Security Analysis and Guidance Team, part of the Directorate for Gender Equality and Intersectional Analysis, and this is within the frame of the Department of National Defense of Canada. Welcome. Then we have Dr. Patricia Chica Morales. She is an assistant professor at the East Asian Department at the University of Malaga, and your field of research in gender policies in international aid and expertise in Korean studies. With us today as well is Attorney Sharon Zagagi-Pinhas, former Chief Military Prosecutor of the Israel Defense Forces, more than 24 years of service, and very important. And today we're going to dive in and speak about, she's also a founding member of the DINA project, working on recognition and justice for the victims of sexual violence in the 7 of October attacks. And then we do have Ms. Gorica Bauta. Ms. Gorica Bauta is the gender advisor to the European Union Advisory Mission in Ukraine. And she herself as well has a very vast experience in fragile conflict and post-conflict regions. So as you can see already, the experience is vast and the topic is extremely timely and important. And you know, we should be celebrating a very important anniversary this year. It is the 25th anniversary since the adoption of the UN Resolution 1325. But I think that the mood is somewhat somber. We have already discussed the past 2 days here in Riga that indeed peace is not assured. Security is not guaranteed. And to bring a different layer or additional layer is that inclusion and equality narratives globally actually are shifting, and they're shifting in treacherous and dangerous direction, I would say. We know that, and we see that women are more visible, and they are spreading their competencies and their leadership in a multitude of areas. And this can be from the active military service, from building communities and resilience in the communities, from strengthening justice as well. But this is not a given. This is not something that we just see and it's guaranteed for us. But I think that our security will be stronger if it is in the hands of both women and men. Our peace will be more enduring if it is both in the hands of women and men. So while I think we need to highlight the bright spots and the accomplishments, perhaps we also need to think and today have an honest conversation about the practical actions and the next improvements to close gaps and to mitigate shortcomings. So as I took plenty of time, from the little time that we have, nevertheless. Let's start right away. Major General Pudans, tell us a little bit about the state of play and women's leadership here in Latvia.
Yeah. Okay, good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure being invited in this panel. I'm very honored. And on your question, indeed, I would start in overall in Latvia. You might know, and if not, then you will learn that we have chosen, of course, mainstreaming policy of planning on equality of gender into our all state sectors. And the defense sector is one of them. But at the same time, armed forces, part of defense sector, of course, has to take into account something different in overall armed force, all armed force, what we can see. It's something tied with a traditional approach. For us particularly, it's also that we have been building our defense force, armed force, only for more than 30 years, so some legacy onto this and so on. Because armed force is the traditional systems which are mainly based on achievements throughout careers and so on. This has to be taken into account. It changes and it gives opportunities, in particular in our forces. There's no policies or regulations which restricts or limits somehow the gender equality, but at the same time I would say that it's directly also promotes, like directly saying quotas or something like this. This is still based on achievements, evaluations, and equal promotion of these positions. But there are, of course, the factual approach. If you look at the facts, I would start probably from historical. As I said, armed forces, 30 years building, and mainly our armed force, how it was built. Some part was built on our the experience, how we started with our volunteers who became part of our National Guard defending freedom in 1990 with the barricades and so on. And you can see that, well, this is all what's happened. You already seen in the streets 34 years ago that, well, this was different amount of males and females who approached and selected to go volunteer in protecting them. And most of them, of course, joined these voluntary troops or National Guard in a later stage. And at the same time, another part what armed forces started to build, the leadership, particular officers and so on, of course, was those who've been trained in and had experience from Soviet times, from Soviet army. And then, of course, this was mainly, I would say, almost fully male contingent of officers who started to build our armed force. And you should understand the leaders who are currently here, as myself, for example. We just started this 30 years ago. So the leadership positions we have now started 30 years ago. So the recruitment at that time have impact on what we have in leadership positions. But still, looking back to these examples, in overall, if I look in our armed forces, around 20%, so every fifth is female in our ranks. But there is difference between voluntary services, both in National Guard, in reserve, application to potential voluntary training to become a reserve soldier is higher. It's above these 20%. But in regular forces, and particularly lately in our state service sort of conscription, what we renovated three years ago, it's still very low application voluntary onto this. So this is sort of more demonstrates it's more the females chooses to be responsible, their responsibility of being in defense, but only in an option where you're not committed full time. So not full service, not full career approach, but that you have this knowledge being part of defense, but as an optional readiness into this. Looking at examples at higher leadership, also some observation what I have, not based on a study, but it came up in preparation for this panel that I looked in armed forces. Yes, this fifth of females in overall structure is not represented in higher level of units, starting, for example, in unit command, battalions and higher, and of course, it could be only maybe 5%. But at the same time, if I look in our staffs, particularly our general staff, in some main positions and main functions, for main 6-7 functions, it's like 50-50, which makes me to think that it's sort of, we see the capacity of females in a leadership probably with different approach. You know that leadership mainly divides in leading people and leading institution. I sort of tend seeing this more approach that the females are more capable and more advancing and achieving into leading institution. But that also pays on this difference once you reaching the higher levels, because you always in armed forces start with leading people, and that's where we see still, of course, more the approach or on female officers, female NCOs, or male officers, male NCOs in leading people, and this probably limits to the growth in the positions. But at the same time, it's here, and I think this is also will be and is supported from us giving this equality, all that approach through that achievement positions, because I see your topic is resilience, and of course, as it's everywhere else, as I yesterday here spoke more about resilience of our infrastructure, and one point of this resilience is diversity, and same is here. With the leadership, resilience in leadership requires diversity, different perspectives, different views, and that's why I will be promoting, and we are promoting that, of course, as far advancing and encouraging also our female officers and NCOs stepping up and taking up these positions.
Thank you very much, Major General. I like how you framed it, that diversity is resilience, and resilience is diversity. So we certainly cannot. We have to be careful in framing our terminology. So when we are approaching, excuse me. So when we are actually not only planning and not only creating the strategic documents, we are actually knowing what is in there. And then moving forward, maybe to Commander Louis Simpson, Canada has been a bright spot when it comes to the Women, Peace and Security agenda, and it is in its third national plan, which we would very much like to hear about. But maybe as we were talking about the plan, tell us a little bit about the development, the innovation, maybe the change of paradigm approaching this third plan.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Honored to be here. Thank you, sir, for your remarks. And just coming from those remarks, we need to realize that there's a reason why the United Nations Security Council created, 1325, because gender inequity causes insecurity, and it's a security issue. Gender inequity is probably the most important indicator of worsening insecurity and conflict and crisis around the world, and differential effect of crisis and conflict across the globe. So we need to recognize that as being the foundation on which we can think about and conceptualize what we're talking about. So we look upon it in this way. We don't look upon 1325 as a box that nothing else can go in, but it's a floor, a foundation from which we consider emerging security issues, So that's where we're going with it. Essentially, we need to understand what systemic barriers exist as well to prevent half the population from being involved in security and defense. What wonderful stroke of genius it is for our adversaries to use our biases and stereotypes in our society to render half the population out of combat. That's ridiculous. We need every single person to bring themselves to the fight, or to address the problems of climate insecurity, of everything else that's happening in the world that causes people to be differentially affected. So that's where we are in Canada. We have 6 different foci within the CNAP3, which is good until 2029. Building, sustaining peace, security, justice and accountability, crisis response, sexual and gender-based violence, leadership and inclusion. And all of those need to be tackled either at the institutional and the operational level. We know why we need to do this work, but a lot of people within our force don't know how. So the focus in the last year and a half or so has very much been on putting the practical from the policy and understanding the relevance of these concepts, of these considerations, of these risks and threats to the operational environment, right down to the tactical level. So that's the space in which we occupy now. And that's the space where we occupy with the policy side as well, to ensure that the policies can, start to break down these systemic barriers that we know exist and are historical in nature or based on cultural norms. So we need to break those down to ensure that everyone can bring their true selves to the fight. And that's very important. And that's all I want to say right now. And that's important for collective defense. We need every single person in society understanding their role in defense. How it is to be ready so they can be prepared and be resilient then when something happens. Either it be a forest fire, in the case in Canada, or a flood, or a tsunami, or whatever, or full-on conflict.
Thank you very much, and that builds nicely on Major General's remarks as well. But when you talked about exactly thinking about operationalization, going all to the knowledge and understanding of everybody knowing their role and be prepared. So it is, again, about resilience, about preparedness. And that needs to be built element by element. It cannot be just top-down, immediately thought. It has a more complexity to it. We'll come back and we're going to discuss a little bit more. In the sake of time, I will move to each of you. And next is Dr. Morales. Dr. Morales, let's slightly move, as we talked about this different roles, that it is not only about participation in armed forces, it's also about building community, it's also about looking into justice elements. It is quite complex process. Maybe you can bring a little bit the angle of gender mainstreaming and its importance when we talk about international aid and cooperation in that sense.
Yes, actually, gender mainstreaming have been working for years in not only working on women, but also what are the social or the social structure that brings to this gender inequality. So when talking about post-conflict, international donors has a very important role to play. They cannot work by themselves, and they also work with social and local actors, but they have some tools and thoughts about this gender mainstreaming application, which means not only to apply gender to these women policies, which are necessary after conflict, such as reparation of victims or gender-based violence, but also working on leadership, on women participation, on decision-making, on even climate change, working mainstreaming in all policies who could bring to a better gender equality. But this has a lot of challenges, and it requires, in the first point, to work with the social and the local NGOs and movement, and this is quite important because sometimes international donors work with their own mind, but they have to understand and adapt where they're working on. And also some challenges that are facing all countries, such as this improvement of anti-gender discourses. Also, and it is quite important to recognize that international donors, sometimes they don't have so much funding for things related to gender because they are considered only women issue, but they have to apply for all categories in all programs proposed. And also the training on gender equality, and this is super important because if you don't have this thought in men and women working on international cooperation and in post-conflict reconstruction, how can they apply? So gender education in this sense is quite important for all the society, but much more for these people who are working in this. So for this effective implementation of gender mainstreaming, we have to take care with all these things.
Thank you very much, Dr. Morales. You brought up another angle, and that is about this cooperation on the ground. And I think that's a very important operational angle as well, and a practical angle, because what the donors assume and presume, even with the best of intention and best of preparation, may not actually be applicable on the ground. And then I definitely would like to a little bit later come back on the training and education, because this applies not only here, but applies even from in having in fighting biases early on. It's also about education early on as well. So we can come back in a little bit onto that. But when we talk about on the ground, if I can bring in Sharon here as well. You were a founder of a very significant and interesting project, and it has a couple dimensions. It's not just about bringing justice and recognizing the crimes and the sexual violence crimes during the 7th of October attacks, but it's more. It's about changing narratives, being national and international, changing legal principles. And so if you could share a little bit about the line of work at the moment and how you see forward moving with the project.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me a chance to tell you a little bit about the DINA project. The DINA project was established after October 7, when we realized that there was sexual violence that occurred on October 7 in captivity. And the DINA project is based and established by women that are experts in laws and in gender. I was a prosecutor for 24 years. And last July, we published a book, like you showed everyone your report. And it's important for me to show you our book. It's called A Quest for Justice, October 7 and Beyond. And the beyond is exactly what you said about learning what we did. We did a research regarding the sexual violence on October 7. And we tried to learn from what happened on October 7 and in captivity, from the sexual violence to other arenas around the world, because conflict-related sexual violence was not something that was just perceived or invented in October 7. It is something that existed from the dawn of humanity. And the name of our project, the Dinah Project, is after Dinah, the biblical Dinah. Dinah is the daughter of Jacob from the Bible, that she was kidnapped and raped, and she did not have a voice. She's a symbol, a requisite of voice, and we try to bring this voice. And although this is a phenomena that's existed for many, many years, and it happened in the last decades, it happened in the last months. There were reports of sexual violence in Sweden, in Syria. There is sexual violence that is known to happen in Ukraine, in Rwanda, and in other places. And when we look backwards, you see that there are very little indictments, and there is very little accountability for those who committed the sexual violence. And as a prosecutor for 24 years, I thought that I knew and I prosecuted many cases of sexual violence, and I thought that I knew everything because I prosecuted many cases. Now I'm also representing crime victims, and I know everything about it. And there was some point we started to work on the subject of recognition and denialism, which is also a phenomenon that is known regarding sexual violence, not just in October 7, but in other arenas. And then at some point we realized that there are many challenges that arise from the special, unique characteristics of conflict-related sexual violence, such as silencing of the victims, that most victims either die or are too traumatized to talk, the subject of proving the intent of the sexual violence, and also the subject of linking, because we're so used to the fact that the victims knows the perpetrators and can link him to the crime, and we face reality where we can't do it. And in our book, we map the challenge, but also trying to bring a roadmap on how to get accountability, how to get justice. And we're hoping that it can be a roadmap, not just in Israel, but in other places, other arenas around the world to get accountability. And we are hoping that other countries will adopt protocols in their countries, because in Israel, nobody thought that something like this can happen. And it can happen in other places around the world, and it has happened. So countries should also be prepared, and that is what we are offering in the book.
Thank you very much. Maybe just a tiny follow-up question, so we'll come back to everybody in a second. The topic continues to be somewhat stigmatized and taboo. In your advocacy work now, do you feel that there is an opening? There's ears that would like to listen. Who are the listeners? Do you see progress in moving towards? Because you're offering a case study. You're offering solution, let's say, how to move forward with protocols so we can get accountability and justice. But do you have the ears of those that need to hear it?
First of all, I think that you're very right, because even people that realize that sexual violence has occurred do not want to hear about it. It's a very triggering subject. Mm-hmm. And every time that I lecture on the book and on the subject, I always give a trigger warning. And one of the major difficulties that we encountered in the beginning of our work regarding October 7, that there was denialism, that some people don't want to hear about it, and some people don't want to talk about the sexual violence, because if you want to depict yourself as freedom fighters, you can't say that there was sexual violence, because sexual violence is always unjustified, always it's not part of a conflict. It's never justified. But we're finding ourselves when we're bringing the talk that people do want to listen, and people realize it can happen in their countries, and people try to learn from it. So I'm finding it, even if, yesterday I went to a classroom of students, and it's a heavy subject to put on them, and they listened, and then afterwards, even though they looked a little bit shell-shocked because it's triggering, they asked very important questions, and they wanted to learn from it. So I find it that people, although it is difficult, do want to hear, but you have to knock on doors, you have to shout, you have to make your point, otherwise there is the initial barrier that people do not want to cross. But if you make them cross that barrier and listen, then I think it amplifies the messages.
So bring those voices. And Gorice, actually, Sharon did mention Ukraine in her presentation, and you are now on the ground in Ukraine. Could you share with us a little bit about some of the achievements in a very, very difficult time that you have observed, but also maybe also share with us your thoughts on moving forward. What are the important elements? What is still to be done? How to sustain the progress when we talk about women's leadership, women's resilience, incredible stories. Is it also a little bit about reform, institutionalization? Tell us a little bit.
Thank you, Vladislava, and thank you for having me here today. Over the past 10 years, Ukraine has made significant progress in advancing gender equality, including in the civilian security sector, in line with its international obligations. And those progress, I will say, that have become even more remarkable in the context of the current war. The country has ratified the Istanbul Convention. They continue to revise their legislation and undertake also institutional reforms to bring it closer to the EU and international standards. And allow me just here to underline that Ukraine is the only country that has amended its National Action Plan on UN Security Council Resolution 3025 in times of war. So the work is now also underway on a third National Action Plan 3025, and I think that this is really impressive, right? So in the immediate aftermath of the full-scale invasion, although patriarchal norms deeply rooted in the society became also evident, but and those norms have long positioned women in the as caregivers. But in the years since, the women also stepped up, right, in men traditionally dominated sectors. And there is no doubt that the war has also exacerbated gender inequalities and vulnerabilities. We saw also the increase in gender-based violence, conflict-related sexual violence, and also an increased risk of human trafficking. And despite those progresses, also I will say that still the gender stereotypes continue to influence societal perception, but there are also encouraging signs, right, of progress and a growing consensus on equal pay for equal work, equal retirement age, and all those aspects are basically creating the condition for a more inclusive and sustainable institutions, right? Looking ahead, I think that advancing gender-responsive civilian security sector reforms is really essential, and it's also timely. I think that this is why it's so important we already spoke about operationalization, right? But also I will add about institutionalization of gender mainstreaming in the daily work and within the institutions. This is the only way that we can ensure sustainable progress, and that we can also ensure that those achievements made during the war will also stay in the post-war period. And on Wednesday, we had a session with our counterparts from the civilian security sector that are present also here today, and I'm so grateful, and my colleagues in the room. And I think that their message is very clear, right, when we're talking about resilience. There is no resilience without gender equality, and they together are contributing to the modernization of the security. And we must just put gender equality at the center of our security. The time is now, and security goes behind military strength, I believe. It's really about inclusion and equality. It has to be, it is, and it has to be a shared responsibility.
Thank you very much, Gorica. Bringing in exactly that the modernization of security is also about gender equality. It's an essential part of it. I know that some of you have been taking notes while each of the speakers have been presenting their remarks. I would like to actually open, and if you have a comment to some of the points, maybe we can do that to be a bit more interactive and inclusive. Shannon, I saw that you were taking a lot of notes. Maybe you can bring some of your thoughts.
That's because I forget everything. I need to write things down. I'm struck by what people were mentioning about violence and the stigmatization of particularly CRSV. And we have to recognize, and I think it is recognized now, I hope, by most, is that conflict-related sexual violence is a weapon. We don't stigmatize a soldier for being shot. We shouldn't stigmatize him or her for being assaulted and violence given in this way. It's a weapon. And our adversaries know that. And they draw upon those stigmatizations, those negative stereotypes, particularly for men, but also women, that do exist, that cause people not to speak out and not to be reporting or not to talk about it. And that sort of burden renders people hors de combat. And it also carries a cycle of violence within society, which trickles down to the family, which trickles down to their unit, which trickles down to everything, which interferes with the integrity of a military unit, which interferes with the resilience of the community. It is an absolute scourge, and we need to be paying attention more to this, and more than just a woman's issue, because it isn't. It's a societal issue. It's as simple as that.
Thank you very much. Patricia, maybe I can bring you in for a minute, because you are an expert in Korean studies, South Korea. It's an interesting example. We are noticing that there is a change of narrative in the online space, for example, because Shannon brought community and society as a driving force for ensuring our security. Tell us a little bit, what are you observing in South Korea, and should we be concerned of what we see?
I think South Korean case is now very interesting in this gender debate, not because I study, but gender movement has been very strong in the country with now a lot of popularity within the young girls, but at the same moment we saw, like in the United States, an increase on this anti-gender discourse, and we can see it on the online media. They talk about even a gender fight, but it is not a gender fight. This is just a lot of young men very angry with feminism because they do not understand, and they are thought by the government or by the online world that the problem on the society is because of this woman advancement, which is of course totally untrue. But it's like a simple discourse to say what is happening in our society. We don't know about the problem, and they are using this anti-gender discourse. But the problem is that in the online world is increasing quite a lot, but at the same time, the gender discourse and women movement are increasing in the country. Even journalism is changing a little bit in the terms of how do they talk about gender violence news. So I think even we have these discourses, we can be positive in South Korea because changes are occurring. But these things are very slowly, so we have to wait, take care, and trust in this young feminist movement also in South Korea to see how it's going.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Tagging a little bit on this online space and bringing it a little bit to this change of the battlefield almost towards digitalization. Major General, if I can bring you in, do you see that there is a potential for women's inclusion in leadership, considering that now we talk about the new defense technologies, the new way of warfare is conducted? Maybe it's not on the ground participation in the front lines, but maybe women's place can be seen in leadership in this other domain. And then additionally, you have a great experience with the National Guard of Latvia, and this is a flexible environment where perhaps for women that will be one avenue to really join the force and participate, but also to lead. Actually, I found a little survey on the National Guard, and in Latvia, I understand there are plans to increase the numbers of the participation within the National Guard, but the survey showed that I think only 2% of those asked said that they joined the National Guard, and 11% said that they considered it and would consider but haven't done so. But for example, there are others that 26% saying they don't have time or they have other reasons to do so. So we know that it's a complicated process, and it is a commitment, even if it's a voluntary and part-time, it's a serious commitment. But could those be the two areas where you would see improvement of participation of women and also improvement in leadership of women?
Yeah. I'll start with the second part of National Guard, which I had the honor to command. That's why I know a bit on this. And as I said in my initial remarks, this is something we will see, this more interest in joining and being part of defensive responsibility for the state. And this something we mostly encouraging. I wouldn't say this is particular that part, this gives more opportunities in different positions, but it's something we're encouraging everyone, saying that National Guard is your option of being responsible about our defense, that everyone, both in age, in gender, in hobbies, in experience, in knowledge, can find his place in National Guard. Even, of course, lately, last decade, National Guard became, due to the necessity of our defense requirements, became very militarized. Well, this is not how you could see probably somewhere else as a military, as this National Guard more as a policing force or enabling force or supporting. We have necessity, and that's what we invested the last years, and they become very much similar specialties and requirements in a National Guard, same as in a regular force. But still, this is somehow still encourages female also to join. As I said, it's more than 20% of females in overall National Guard. And this is what will be continuing. We will demonstrate these opportunities available, and that's encouraged. But exactly, that's what I had in my notes, probably 2 big letters, so you can read. Is new technologies is the future, which will give more opportunities, because it will bring more diverse units within our armed forces, more different approach how to lead the troops. So it's more through the digitalization, through modern platforms, and I think this will be more encouraging or supporting the advancement of also female leaders into positions. That's why that's something I also look at. It could be technology-enabled advancement of different leadership positions. Fully agree.
Thank you very much, Major General. Gorica, maybe if I can come to you once more. Being on the ground in Ukraine and working very, very closely with the civilian security sector, I think also we see the extreme speed and competency in innovation when in Ukraine due to obvious necessity. Tell us a little bit maybe of what is the European advisory missions in Ukraine tools of support of the sector, and do you also kind of cross with that innovation and this creative ways of handling, but at the same time building resilience. Maybe you can share some of your experiences.
Thank you, Vladislava. Yeah, I will say that our mission since basically since the time when it has been established has continued to support Ukrainian counterparts in their efforts basically advancing gender responsive also institutional reforms, right, when it comes to the civilian security sector. So over the time we supported by providing strategic advice. We also invested in the capacity building, supported our counterparts in that regard. Also in leadership capacity, and this is still something that I think that there is still room for improvements, because women in leadership positions still remain limited, I would say. Over the time, yes, I think that's perhaps the main part of our engagement with our counterparts through training, and now we are moving in the direction of more sustainable approach towards training of trainers, towards a more I would say more sustainable, right, approach, and supporting them in their efforts to build up an inclusive civilian security sector. But I want to use also the opportunity here to say that our work starts internally, so within our own mission. When we're talking about translating also policy into practice, right? This is really also the clear message from our head of mission, always saying, when we're talking about gender equality, what is that when we have to move from discussion to concrete action, and the time is now to do it. So we have invested a lot internally in terms of building our own capacity, right, of our personnel. And also trying to kind of take efforts to create a more safe and inclusive working environment, and attract more female participation with different backgrounds. So so really, it's I will just echo what Shannon mentioned, right? It's not a tick-the-box exercise. It should be, we strongly believe that it should be an integral part of our daily work, and this is what we are also trying to pass in our collaboration with our counterparts, right, Ukrainian counterparts, in our daily work, also to them. So, talking again about resilience, right? I mean, again, we have in the room really symbol of those resilience, women that really stepped up in this challenging time, and it's very, what I wanted also perhaps to use the opportunity here just briefly to mention. Now that I'm on the ground, I really understand what that resilience mean, right? Because coming from Italy, right? It's we perhaps just forgot about what or we never even experienced, like in my case, right? What the real war means. When you cannot leave your country because you are serving your country in the civilian security sector and under the martial law, you cannot leave it. Where you have to, you don't sleep over the night, right? And all the psychological burden that this war is bringing to your loved ones. I mean, I think that there are many layers of that resistance. So as a professional, but also as mothers, that we have to recognize and also celebrate the importance of celebrating those in leadership position.
Thank you very much, Guri. It's actually three points that I think it's worth exploring, and we will open the floor, of course, to curious questions and comments in just a couple of minutes. But what you brought up is this sustainability, and this is what Shannon also very early on mentioned, that yes, we need to sustain the achievement, and how we can sustain that achievement. The second part, and I think that relates to everyone, is this whole of society, defense and resilience, and this is becoming a term that more and more is being applied in policy planning as well, and strategies. And the third one, the strategic communication part. And I think that is a very essential element, because how do you explain to a European, although now European that is living in Portugal or even closer to the full-scale war, how do you explain what this war means? It's in so many fronts, and the battle is so complex that it is not how we understood it. It is very different paradigm. So how do you explain it, and how do you get the buy-in of the society? So interesting points. Before I open for questions, if I may bring back Sharon, I think some of these things that I mentioned, the communication and the whole of society resilience relate to your work as well. What is next for the project? What are the next concrete steps that you're looking forward to?
Okay, so first of all, I want to connect to something that was said before regarding the community and conflict-related sexual violence, because in Israel it was not aimed only at soldiers, but also at civilian population. And there are arenas that it's aimed on civilian population. And the aim, the uniqueness of CRSV is that it aims not only the individual, but also the community. It aims to instill fear and terror. And it's the sexual violence is a symbol of procreation and continuity of the society that is being attacked. And that's why, by the way, we see more and more crimes of sexual violence that are perpetrated outdoors and not indoors. And you mentioned before social media and technology, and progress brings to this that those who want to attack and to use sexual violence as a weapon of war will continue and use social media and technology to amplify the message for the society. So I think this is something that should be, I think, population and globally we should be prepared to prevent such a thing. We saw, by the way, on October 7th that things were uploaded to social media, Meta and X, and later on they were deleted. And I think also society in general has to be prepared for the fact that if things like this will happen, there will be an immediate response to take it down. As for the project's next moves, our initial call was for Secretary General of the UN to include Hamas as an organization that uses sexual violence as a weapon of war, and it happened on August. And it's a very important decision, not just because it recognizes what happened and attributes it to Hamas, because it's a base for sanctions and steps from countries and organizations against Hamas. And I think it's a symbol, and it's what we want to achieve, because we believe that if sexual violence is being used as a weapon of war in arenas around the world, if you do not take actions and sanctions after the fact, then you do not create deterrence from forces that use sexual violence as a weapon of war. Because if a perpetrator knows that he can get away with it, and it's like I absurdly say it's the perfect crime, then why not keep using it? It's the cheapest weapon, and you can attack even the weakest of population. So we, first of all, want to call for sanctions regarding course, Hamas, but also organizations that use sexual violence as a weapon of war. And also we want to create protocols and guidelines for other countries on how to look at, to understand the phenomena, to understand how to, because some of the acts are not considered crimes. But unlike sexual violence, we know they are in the legal system, but there are acts that usually in society are not crimes. And in the context of weapon of war, it is a crime. And how to name the offenses. We want to think a little bit about changing the Rome Statute that considers sexual violence as crimes against humanity, but the definition is lacking some of the acts. And of course, bring protocols in order to try to help other arenas around the world.
Thank you for mentioning that last point, that this the success of this movement of changing the definitions and the legal principles would lead then to a proper prosecution of crimes in other regions and in other conflicts as well. And again, it seems that we are bringing back the point from Shannon on adversaries being really diligent in exploiting our vulnerabilities. So it is about prevention, preparedness, and then post factum attribution and justice as well. Let's open to our excellent audience that, as I said, woke up early in the morning on Saturday to come and join us. If you have comments or questions, now is the time. Let's, and I am sorry if I don't see anybody. Yes, I see all of you. Eager hands raised. All right. Then I know that there were more notes being taken while we were talking. If any of our speakers would like to bring in a point and reiterate, Shannon, maybe? If you would like to bring a point as we were discussing to...
One observation that I would make as part of the preparedness and resilience piece of internal forces as well, and the building of our teams, we need to make sure that our people on the ground who are in defense and security are prepared for what they will see. So we can address the moral injury that might occur if they're not properly prepared. So the training and education that our people receive on such issues, with WPS considerations, threats and risks therein. And it's also very important then that we adhere to law of armed conflict, rules of engagement, and in accordance with international human rights and international laws of armed conflict to ensure that we are in integrity, that we conduct ourselves with integrity. That's very important.
Thank you for bringing it up, and I did promise that the topic of training and education should be touched upon, not only from the early on stages, but also throughout the process, part of the preparedness. Major General, maybe we can start slowly moving towards the end of our session. What are the next steps in planning or in imagining even certain policies for really implementing WPS, institutionalizing it better, operationalizing it better in the Latvian armed forces?
Before I answer this question, I want to touch upon one point you asked, how to reach our societies everywhere in Europe. And I remember you in introduction said the motto about my Latvia, my responsibility. It's not about me. It's actually something about what we want to ask everyone in our society. It's like a call for action to assume these responsibilities. And I think this is something my encouragement doing the same in other societies, and encouraging, reminding, letting everyone to think about what could be you doing in such a scenarios, going through these scenarios. As Sharon mentioned, even psychological readiness and preparedness, that we are ready to face different threats and situations. But on what we're doing, it's definitely, we have plenty of ways to do. Even initially said that, of course, we still part of this one of most traditional institutions in the world is an army with the traditions and very male dominated into the sense how we develop our structure and our force. But at the same time, listening to all what's happening here, I should admit, and we all recognize that armed forces is the one who is, through our activities, we are defending the freedoms of all, and what include also gender equality as our freedoms and our values. So that's why we have a big part in providing also security, and that will naturally come back to us. Yeah. That also we, in our organizational structure, will have more equality in gender terms in both leadership, but also in overall as a structure. But still, I agree that, and I have it on my list, that we're now already working both with different other ministries on the policy documentations, what we still need to impose as a policy, and that will bring also something about the training. We already have some trainings at different levels, frankly speaking, with our people and communicating with them. It will take time, generations, but as I said, it starts all with recruitment. So probably also that's where we have to encourage and having these equalities already starting with the recruitment. So starting with our youth at schools and so on, how we promoting what is opportunities in armed forces, what you can be doing. And that's where, as we discussed, this will widen up in saying this is not only a traditional role of leading men or women in troops in combat, but you can lead also autonomous systems in combat in the future.
Absolutely, thank you for sharing, Shannon. If you would like to give one takeaway to our audience and participants today, that will motivate them and incentivize them as well to take action, what would that be?
Don't give up and create your networks. You're not alone. Everybody's working together. And I'd like to say especially thank you to the Major General for being here today. Sir, it's very important to have leadership in this space as well, particularly in defense. Thank you.
Thanks, Shannon. Patricia, your takeaway?
Yeah, I wanted to say something related to strategic communication, and I was thinking that really gender mainstreaming need strategic communication, because some people think gender is now a fashion term to put in policy documents and not in this importance that my colleagues say about how to make from policy to practice. And it's really a necessity for peace and stability, but still not many people understand because it's not that easy. So I think we need to do an effort in this strategic communication for not only women, but more men to understand how important is it. And yes, that was my point.
Thank you very much. And Sharon?
First of all, I think that the word turning theory to practice is also important in my subject, because it's not enough to write about it and to talk about it and to bring up and build legal doctrine, but you have to use it. In our book, we're trying to bring practical solutions. So I think society should be prepared. I think society should stop talking and be more active and not to be afraid to make a voice.
Thank you very much. Very powerful. And Gorica?
I will say that women are agents of resilience, and they are not passive beneficiaries of peace building. And that recognizing and elevating their leadership is really essential for sustained security and recovery. So that will be from my side, yeah.
Thank you very much, Gorica. Thank you to all of you for taking the time and really sharing your expertise, but also your experiences, and giving some powerful points to all of us to think through. And I think that stop talking and start doing, but do not give up, and are some to take away. And also, yes, communicate with others and communicate so we can spread the understanding and we can do more, indeed. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the conference. And thank you one more time to all the panelists.
Thank you.
Yeah.
sekundes vairs. Labrīt, good morning. Security heroes and coffee defenders. It's day 3 of Riga conference, 11th of October. It's our final day here together at Latvian University, the House of Science. And there's a fun fact, today is International Girl Day, and it's a nice reminder that security, innovation and resilience is everyone's business.
Yes, welcome back everyone. I was just this morning in a closed session where the EU sanctions envoy, Mr. O'Sullivan, made this point that the debate on tariffs has become very muddled. So I think the hope is that this panel, this coming discussion, will unmuddle the debate. It will clarify all the pressing issues and enrich our understanding of where the trends of tariffs, protectionism, subsidies, where are we going? What are the risks, then opportunities for cooperation that lie ahead? With that, I give the floor to the speaker, to the moderator, Oliver Crook, who is Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent, to introduce the speakers. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you so much, guys, for joining. Just a quick word on format here. We'll leave a little time at the end of the discussion for Q&A from the audience. So if you have anything to say, note it down. We'll come back to it a little bit later. I'll do just a sort of brief introduction here to try to frame the conversation, if I might. The topic today is tariffs, protectionism, and the new geopolitics of the world economy. This is a fairly vast topic, and it's something that I think everybody in this room, certainly the people that will be on this stage, have spent a lot of time thinking about, and I'm very lucky to be asking questions about it rather than having to answer those questions. But the panel that we've assembled here is really remarkable, and these are individuals who will really be able to shed some light on them. The first is Valdis Dombrovskis. He's the Commissioner for the Economy and Productivity at the European Commission. You'll recognize him also as the former Prime Minister of Latvia. Martins Kazaks is the Governor of the Central Bank of Latvia. He's also on the ECB Governing Council. Edward Luce is a U.S. National Editor for the Financial Times and author who has spent a great deal of time ruminating on all of these subjects. And Maria Shagina is a Senior Fellow at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. So I'd like to invite them now to join us on the stage. Sorry, here. There we go. Yeah, no, wherever you like. All right. I'm just trying to do the arithmetic on the seating, but I think we're good. Great. So I'll just do a quick introduction to try to frame this conversation, which is a sort of challenge, I think we can all agree, because it's so vast. But each of you sort of focuses on a sort of distinct area of a complex equation that is before us, areas that have always been intertwined, but are more and more coming really into complete convergence and into confluence. We talk about fiscal, industrial, defense, trade policy, but increasingly this is also including monetary policy is coming under sort of very strong and structured political control, particularly in the United States. And I think the biggest problem that we have is we know something enormous is happening, and we know that it's not done happening quite yet, and that's the moment that we're in right now. And out of all the sort of three major blocks economically, traditionally, China, the United States, and Europe, it seems to me that Europe is probably the most exposed to the sort of downside to the reordering that is happening right now. So this is the sort of big challenge before policymakers. So maybe we'll start with one of our policymakers here. Valdis Dombrovskis is the commissioner here from the European Union. So I'd like, if we could just start for you to sort of situate kind of where we are in the continent of Europe in this moment. I mean, we just had in the last 24 hours Donald Trump saying that he's going to raise another 100% tariffs on China. Will this trade war ever end?
Well, good morning, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be back at Riga conference. Well, and indeed, as you rightly noted, geopolitics is changing. The world is becoming more fragmented, more conflictual. And as European Union, we must find our place in this new geopolitical world and must make sure that we remain a strong player there. So therefore, if you look at the two overarching priorities for this political cycle in the European Union, it is strengthening our security and defense, and it's strengthening the competitiveness of European economy. And so we are delivering on both of those work strands. So your question was probably more related to this second part on the competitiveness. So one of the first initiatives of the new European Commission once we took office was so-called competitiveness compass, where we outlined many different elements which we need to do to actually strengthen the competitiveness of European economy and address the factors which lead to the slower productivity growth than we see in other major economies. And obviously, one of the questions is also how the trade policy fits into this picture. And we see that indeed there is, to put mildly, high uncertainty surrounding the trade and including trade policies of President Trump administration. So how we are responding to this? On one hand, we are clear that we want to maintain, to the extent possible, rules-based multilateral trading order, and we believe that at the end of the day it's better for everyone. But also we are working actively to diversify our trade relationships. So just over the last year we have concluded trade agreements with Mercosur, with Mexico, with Switzerland, now most recently with Indonesia. We continue negotiations with India, Thailand, United Arab Emirates, amongst others. So so our message as regards trade policy is that we remain open for cooperation, we remain open for trade, and we see diversification as part of the resilience of our economy.
So there's a lot to unpack there, and I think we'll come back to actually the execution portion of many of the things that you've outlined right there. But I'd like to go next to the governor on the ECB Governing Council as well. I'd like to get an idea from you of how your job has changed over the last 12 months and how you think about the world. We, monetary policy and these sort of sober, politically agnostic central bank governors who, with a single focus of price stability, that is being challenged across the world. And I'd also like to get an idea from you. Are there also ideas, orthodoxies about economics that we are now having to revisit as sort of fundamentally true, namely particularly on the tariff question?
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me. I think answering these questions, we can go on for the rest of the weekend. So let me just touch a couple of issues here. How has the central bank business, if I may say so, has changed? I think one is the issue of institutions. We have been living for quite a while, not that long, 20, 30 years, with the thinking of the independence of central bank Okay, we've been living with the interpretation that data is actually data. That's a fact. Okay, now it's not anymore the case. So not that much in Europe, but we take a look at the US, and of course we see that the independence of the central bank is not given. It's discussed. There are attempts to reduce the political independence and of the central bank, and that of course does affect the efficiency of monetary policy. One of the things that we've seen in the past, I would even perhaps call it horse whispering inflation. Inflation was extremely high, and then it was pushed down at a relatively low cost on employment. In economist language, we call it sacrifice ratio. You hike the rates to push inflation down, and it typically spills over into high unemployment and kind of recessionary type of story. We haven't seen anything of that, and we've seen that an important part of it is the strength of institutions, the independence of it, the credibility of it. At the end of the day, we need to hike rates less to reduce inflation and therefore do less damage to the economy. So it's been very helpful. Now, if this is put up for discussion and credibility is not that strong anymore, it means most likely that inflation is going to be somewhat higher, again, hitting the lowest income strata much more in the society. Point two, for us to deliver on our mandate, we will potentially need to be more destructive towards the economy, which again would hit much more the less wealthy parts of the society. So this, I think, is one element in terms of the way how you can deliver on your mandate. And I don't think that the news are good so far. Point two, in terms of the trade, wars, trade sanctions, or whatever we may bring into the equation, I would say we've been quite wrong on this. If you take a look at the forecast that we kind of put out in December last year from the ECB in terms of the thinking along the traditional models, we expected the euro to get weaker. Okay, the opposite has happened. We expected inflation to go up much quicker. Nothing much has happened. So the interplay with politics, with political decisions and policymakers is challenging the existing understanding of the economy. So let me just conclude with two things. Why were we wrong? In terms of the exchange rate, nobody expected that the US will become that unpredictable and the uncertainty is going to be that high. Okay? And it changed the understanding of some elements of the reserve currency. And in terms of inflation, we saw that there was no retaliation. Okay? So typically in the past, we would have seen tit for tat. Now we didn't see that. Was it good news? To some extent, yes. It was less painful to the economy. But of course, the question then going forward is, how will we act when further shocks come?
Because part of what you're describing is the fact that there was no retaliation is in part the exposing of some of the sort of impotence that the European continent has on the global stage under what has really been unmasked by the Trump administration.
Yeah, we're stuck to playing defensive game rather than playing offense, and I think we need to play offense.
And that takes us to another sort of plank of what Donald Trump is doing, which is also playing with the question of trade and this thing you've written a lot about, which is state capitalism. And you recently put a paper out saying that the sort of quiet move towards state capitalism, I'm not sure how quiet it is anymore, but every couple weeks now we're seeing the Trump administration actively taking stakes into companies. I'd like you to sort of bring your view of what that actually means and how it's going to affect, other blocs that are competing with the United States, say Europe.
Yeah, so in my work, I focus a lot on the defensive and offensive toolkit, which underpins economic security. And since 2020, we have seen a lot of retweaking, reimagining of the tools. And some of them are more creative, some of them are less. And tariffs definitely now fall into this toolbox, which we have to counter in when we think about economic security. We've seen proliferation of tariffs as a substitution for secondary sanctions, for export controls, and before the Trump administration, we seemed to have some strategy how to deal with economic security. We had 3 pillars: promote, partner, and protect. It's still there, but I think the traction of de-risking strategy is being offset by tariffs, the reciprocal tariffs. And what the Trump administration in doing, how the approach to economic statecraft has changed in particular, and somewhat mimics, because in my work I focus a lot on Russia, some of the elements, pages from Russian or Chinese playbook is just quite astounding to see, where you see much deeper penetration into corporate America, where you see the models like building national champions, who we see with Intel, for example, where now other companies are asked to chip in to support and to promote this semiconductor companies, but also much more transactional approach to export controls, as we've seen recently, where it was unthinkable just a couple of months ago that export controls can be in exchange for some revenues, and that sort of undermines the sheer notion of the first Trump administration said that economic security is national security, which raises the question, at what point things are not strategic anymore? What is negotiable? And that puts the uncomfortable question on the Chinese side, at what price this can be negotiable? And this goes beyond export control to investment screening. CFIUS so far has worked more or less fine, maybe barring the Nippon Steel, but there are now more concerns towards where he can get something in exchange for $1 billion, for example.
And Ed, I'll go to you to kind of tie all of this sort of together, because you sit in the belly of the beast in Washington, D.C. What have we learned? Because I think part of the problem is that the adversaries, or I should say the counterparts of the United States have, is that the strategy has got all these tools that we've never really used in the same way before, and they're not being used in a way that is predictable or necessarily assigned to a particular ideological or principled approach. When we think about foreign policy, trade policy, all of these things together, what is your understanding now, which maybe will evolve, of what the sort of Trump doctrine is? And that will be key, obviously, for how, for example, the commissioner will have to respond to it.
Trump doctrine. So, I mean, you remember in the build-up to Trump 2.0, we've had a pretty gradual fraying, degeneration of the global trading system, or the multilateral system. The WTO has essentially been semi-defunct now, without a quorum, because of successive Democratic and Republican administrations. Trump 2.0, of course, is a complete metastasizing of this phenomenon. Economic, as you mentioned, economic security is national security in Trump's view. That I guess is one way of expressing the Trump doctrine. So you get 232 measures, which is national security for things like kitchenware. It's like, okay, that's a national security issue. You get trade wars launched on the basis of leverage for fentanyl imports, mostly fictional fentanyl imports. Canada, for example, Trump's declaration of the economic war came long before Liberation Day on April the 2nd. It began in January on Canada and Mexico before he was even inaugurated, on the basis of fentanyl coming across the border. The sort of bottom line here is there are no rules. The rules are, and the doctrine is what Trump says it is, and we are reacting to it. Therefore, it's by its very nature unpredictable. And so what I expect to see is as China reacts, China, of course, has departed from a multilateral system as well. It is in its own way saying we have our rules. This will be our sphere. You can sign up with us. And then Trump has his. What it leaves the rest of the world to do is, I think, get plurilateral coalitions of the willing, ad hoc groups, whilst trying to get the least worst deal out of the United States to buy some kind of short-term peace in order to create room to do longer-term insurance hedging and new market-finding operations. The Commissioner mentioned the EU's got these deals with Mercosur, with India. Pretty impossible to imagine a couple of years ago India being a potential likely deal with the EU. But Trump has changed that. India is now very keen for deals. So I think you're going to see the rest of the world, in the absence of a rules-based global system, create their own ad hoc arrangements to cope with Trump. I mean, the analogy I use with Trump is you bring fruits to the volcano. You pacify the volcano. And that will hopefully buy you time, buy enough goodwill with him to give you space to do more serious, enduring, long-term, sort of contractually binding deals with other people.
Right.
It's a very ad hoc, variegated, messy, volatile picture.
I'm not sure I've heard that idiom before, but I don't know how effective that would be just in my imagining of what that would look like, putting fruit into a volcano. But I'd like to take it to the Commissioner now and thinking about, because it's also forcing Europe to behave in a way that it has not traditionally wanted to and does not want to, namely on, say, its own trade barriers. And now the Commission has put forward a proposal to raise steel barriers to preserve its own industry. And I wonder in what other areas you are concerned and what other areas you may have to see more of that in order to safeguard European industry in what is indisputably a much more hostile global environment.
First of all, I would come back to what I said in introduction, that we see our openness to global trade as our strength. We are a trading superpower, so certainly our intention is not to close to the world. At the same time, yes, we see that the global trading landscape is becoming more complicated, so we also need to think about level playing field issues, about economic security issues. And that's what we are doing, but it's always important to keep in mind the basic premise that we should not become protectionist. So then you mentioned specifically our measures in a steel market, which the European Commission announced this week. This is something which has a long prehistory. So we had been struggling with the issue of global steel overcapacity for many years now. For many years we had been applying so-called steel safeguard and number of other trade protection measures in area of steel. But what we are also noting that our trade defense instruments are not really well prepared to deal with the situation where there is no some kind of market shocks or something like this, but where there is a problem of this systematic steel overcapacity coming primarily from China. And we had still house a global forum on steel overcapacity to discuss those issues, but not that it has generated many practical solutions. And that's why we are now, as our steel safeguard is expiring, taking this new measure in place to continue to protect our steel market against what we see as unfair competition coming from, so to say, state-led industrial policies created overcapacity. There are some other sectors, notably, as you know, we had anti-subsidy investigation concerning the battery electrical vehicles on China, and we put our tariffs against China's battery electrical vehicles. There are other sectors where we have concerns, where we do apply trade protection measures. There are also issues where we have economic security concerns, so where we are applying export controls or developing new mechanisms, so developing our approach on foreign direct investment screening, also looking how to approach the question on outbound investments. So clearly in this more fragmented world, that is something which we need to do, but it's always important to keep it proportionate to the challenges which we are facing, so without undermining from our side this global trading order, which actually by and large serves the EU good.
But just to follow up on that, you're talking about these unfair practices. Isn't that becoming more the rule than the exception? Isn't that kind of structurally what we're seeing happening in the world, moving more towards these as sort of standardized practices, and that at a certain point, the desire to preserve the multilateral system and its preservation are not the same thing. So in that context, do you think that the Europeans will have to step up their own efforts in order to not show up to a gunfight with a knife, let's say?
As I was saying, we are prepared to step up our own efforts, and that's what we are doing where the situation requires so. That we see actually proliferation of trade barriers. That's a tendency we see already for a number of years. So it's not something which is specific only for this year. For this year, indeed, we have just much higher trade uncertainty, and probably this will all trigger yet more trade barriers. So while that's why I'm saying protecting to the extent possible international multilateral rules-based trading order, because we are not blind, we see what is happening, and that's why there's so much focus right now on developing our network of bilateral trade agreements, also to have a diversification through those bilateral trade agreements, and with all those trade agreements, a substantial majority of our trade will be taking place actually under the rules of the bilateral trade agreements.
And Governor Kazaks, it seems that one of the effective checks to Trump has been the bond market, one of the very few. In your mind, the market has received all of this fairly serenely, almost exuberantly, as we've seen over the last couple of months. Where, in your mind, do you think the red lines are for the market in terms? Is it central bank independence? Is that still, or is that kind of a quaint idea?
I wanted to continue on what Valdis was saying, but anyway, okay, I'll try to come back to this, because there are a couple of very interesting, I think, things that we can build on as well. To strengthen the European case. But in terms of the bond markets, yes, we very clearly saw that in terms of checks and balances, the cost of funding the debt is an important element. And that is very natural, that comes out of transactional approach. If it becomes too expensive, then you are forced to move on to deal with this. Institutions don't matter, it seems, that much if they don't affect the cost of financing. So that element seems to be there. Okay? And of course, as well, moving against the independence of the central bank, if it increases the uncertainty and increases the long end of the yield curve, of course, it kind of pulls it back in terms of the courage. How far can you go? How quickly? But the pressure is still there. But I think coming back to the European case, of course, we are exporters. We are a very open, big economy, and rules of the game are extremely important to us. Unfortunately, there's one conclusion most likely is that given this transactional approach, there's never going to be an end to the trade war, or never going to be an end to revising and revisions of tariffs. Because there is a mentality of a wolf pack, as soon as you smell blood, you go after it. And that is very traditional in financial markets as well. When you find out who is the weak one, you keep attacking, okay? And that, in a way, also shows what has been the response of the rest of the world. And at the time when we are weak, we cannot defend ourselves sufficiently. So building alliances is a good storyline that we need to continue. Mm-hmm. But we are not only seeing the fragmentation of the global order from multilateral to multipolar, but we also have realized very much how fragmented are we within Europe. We have built hedges, fences, and we try to defend those national interests more than seeing that acting together, we can become much stronger. We can be much more independent drivers of our decision making and our might within the global economy. And let me give you just one number. My ECB colleagues have estimated that to compensate for the potentially lost trade with the US due to the war of tariffs, we only need to increase our intra-European trade by 2%, not 2.0, just 2%, which is a very small number. So single market, both in goods and services, can reinforce our economy much more stronger and therefore also build a much stronger case for being not the weak ones, but the strong ones.
And I want to get into the sort of European response and kind of the sort of reforms within Europe. But first, I want to go to Ed for just another sort of perspective again from DC. And looking at all of these countries that are playing one side, two sides, three sides, four sides, this seems to be a very effective strategy right now. Do you think that that remains an effective strategy, or does there come a point where one needs to choose and the Trump administration won't really tolerate playing both, say, China and the United States?
I just want to pick up on the previous two remarks. I mean, if Europe is really serious about adapting to this world, then the Mario Draghi report is there. What needs to be done is pretty evident.
Yeah.
And, you know, this isn't a problem created by Trump.
Sure.
This isn't, these are internal problems that are fixable. Yeah. There doesn't take any great genius to see how you improve the workings of the single market. There's a lot of low-hanging fruit there. How you create deep liquid pools of capital to have the kinds of scale of investments we're seeing with the AI gold rush in the United States. But your question was more about
but let's stay on that. We can stay on that for a while because I think
Yeah.
it's a key question, and I think that, and we'll come back to the China question, and maybe Maria, you can weigh in on this. I think that precisely to your point and to all the points here, I think that there is this sort of strange thing that happens around the Draghi report where everyone agrees with the diagnosis, everyone agrees with the solution, and yet implementing it is
nothing happens.
A very large problem. And I think, and this is what I've begun to call the Draghi paradox, right? Because on the one hand, the answer is more Europe, right? And then on the other hand, you have Germany, you have France, you have the Netherlands, everywhere rising nationalism that is not going to accept a less sovereign individual nation relinquishing some of that power, but the necessity is there. Otherwise, you cannot compete with the United States. You cannot compete with China. So, I mean, for whoever wants to pick that up, Maria, I don't know if you have a reflection on that. How do you, in a moment when everyone seems to agree you need more Europe, and yet at the domestic level, that seems politically impossible?
Well, I think Europe faces a triple challenge. So other countries are also tackling the inherent trade-offs. How do you balance openness, competitiveness, growth, yet security, and then sustainability comes on top, and sometimes is the last element. Japan, South Korea, other countries also, you know, having their strategies how to deal with that and have a good framework in terms of how to combine this partner, promote, and protect elements. But I think in the European context, because of multi-nested game, you have issues between European Commission and national governments, between member states, that there is a lack of, trust between member states, and then member states and industry. So let's not forget that industry is a key actor in the execution of any economic security or the risking strategy. So Europe has a lot of homework to do, and I agree that Draghi report is a very good starting point. I think there is only 10% of that has been implemented since it has. Good. So we need, again, in this existential fight, if it feels existential, agility, speed, and scalability is really key, but that doesn't seem
And Ed, just to pick back up from the U.S. perspective, if, let's say, you were able to get these reforms through, you were to be able to get a Europe that acts more like a single nation rather than a collection of nations, how much does that change the equation in dealing with Donald Trump?
I think it gives Europe more confidence to, carve its own path. But this isn't a criticism of the recent deal. I understand why, escalation tit for tat isn't really in anybody's interests, and pacifying Trump for however long this deal sticks. Nobody can rely on the durability of any deal with Trump. That's why the word transactional is kind of wrong. Transactions where there are two parties and there's a contract and the contract is enforceable. Trump is not really transactional by that definition because these contracts aren't enforceable. They can be changed at any moment. And you remember this second phase of Trump trade war began with the NAFTA 2.0, with ASMACA. Which he, in his first term, insisted on renegotiating, and then at the beginning of his second term said, "This is a horrible deal. Let's scrap it." I mean, the horrible deal was the deal he asked for. So you're going to have to sort of think that this isn't an aberration. This is for the. We've had 9 months of Trump. That's about a fifth of what we're going to go through. So this is going to be a permanent, rolling, chaotic normal, in which the longer it goes on, the more the really big, serious alternative entities like the EU are going to have to dig much deeper into thinking, how are we going to carve out a new world in which we thrive in it? And I think buying peace is a good first step, but it's only a first step. There's got to be a lot of other steps, and there's got to be a much deeper philosophical rethinking of how you shape a world you want, because otherwise we're all just reacting to this volcano, which may or may not erupt.
And I think that this philosophical rethinking is, I think, on a scale, particularly for Europe, that makes it very difficult to speak openly politically about what we're talking about. What we're talking about is in some ways a more federated Europe. We're talking about something that acts more like a single country. And I'll go to the commissioner now, because this is, in some ways part of your project, trying to figure out how to unlock good Europe without bad Europe, right? And so the Commission is undertaking now parts of what I think we can call bad Europe: too much regulation, too much confusion, too many barriers that exist. So how do you unlock the good Europe, and critically, how do you sell it to the domestic audience?
Yes, indeed. So some of you already mentioned Draghi report, and there seems to be a consensus that that's what we need to work on. And I was mentioning in my introductory remarks European Commission's competitiveness compass. And that's our strategy, which I would say draws quite heavily from Draghi report. So, and by implementing the competitiveness compass, we are also implementing the Draghi report and actually addressing a number of structural shortcomings in our economy. Just to highlight one issue which we see is innovation gap. We are just relative to our economy spending less on research and innovations than US or China does. Another issue, practical issue, well, we do have higher energy prices in Europe than in US and China again, and that is undermining our industrial competitiveness. Administrative burden, indeed, an issue, and that's why I'm also tasking European Commission to lead our simplification agenda and the reduction of administrative burden, and we set the goal of reducing the administrative burden by 25% by the end of this Commission's mandate, and had already come with 6 legislative proposals, so-called omnibus proposals to implement this, and there are many more in a pipeline, so this simplification agenda is very much on. And then you mentioned another point, that the EU is stronger when it speaks with one voice, and that goes without saying. And in some areas it's already the case. For example, we discuss a lot international trade. International trade is a EU exclusive competence. We already are speaking with one voice in the area of international trade. And indeed, President Trump administration initially was trying to negotiate trade with individual member states, but pretty soon they also came to the conclusion that it does not work this way, that they need to negotiate trade with European Commission, which negotiates on behalf of the member states, and by now it's accepted. Well, more far-reaching, of course, we know that there are areas which are decided in the European Union by the principle of unanimity, and in a number of areas it holds back decision-making. It's most visible right now in the area of sanctions, where it's difficult to agree new sanctions packages, like the discussions on 19th sanctions package are still ongoing. It's difficult to roll over existing sanctions, but not that there is a very easy way out of this question, because the European Union's working methods are enshrined in the European Union's treaty. And the treaty you can only change by unanimity. So,
another paradox. Yeah. And just quickly on just one point that you bring, the simplification agenda. Why are we so afraid in Europe to call something deregulation? Why is that such a bad word in Europe?
Well, views vary, and indeed there are people who would say we need deregulation, and there are people which are having none of it. Okay, how we distinguish between simplification and deregulation? So what we are saying with the simplification is that we want to do things in a simpler and less costly way, without actually abolishing our high social or environmental standards, or the fundamentals of our social market economy. In a sense, social contract in Europe is different than in many other places. But also that agenda is very controversial, especially there is broadly speaking, the situation is better among member states which are moving forward on the simplification agenda. In European Parliament, it's very complicated. So to simply put groups to the right, say yes, we need simplification and we need more of it, and if not deregulation, and groups to the left saying no, don't you touch this, don't you touch that, it's watering down our standards, and so it's not easy to find this compromise. For example, just very recently we put forward the proposal on the first simplification proposal covering sustainability reporting, sustainability due diligence, taxonomy, and so. Very difficult file in European Parliament, and just recently there was, with great difficulty, some kind of a political agreement reached among pro-European political groups in European Parliament on the way forward, because the views are quite split on political spectrum on this.
And Governor, I'd like to come to you, because one place where in Europe it does speak with one voice is the on monetary policy, on the European Union, on the ECB, and of course that is, I think, when you look at the history books, one of the great triumphs of unified European power was the whatever it takes, right? This sort of concept. And so if you could indulge me here just for a moment to imagine a world in which you had a Euro crisis today, where you had,
skip this question.
No, where you have what's going on across the world in the United States, in China, but at the same time this rising sort of nationalism. Would whatever it takes work right now? Is it the kind of catalyst that would be required to bring together the kind of Europe we're talking here, or actually is there the potential, if that were to happen now, to kind of blow things apart?
We are in the premises of the University of Latvia now, so let me bring one analogy here. Is that, yes, unfortunately, Europe has a trick that it seems that it needs to fail the exam first before it studies for the exam. I think this is a wrong strategy. Okay, this is a painful strategy. Let's first study, pass the exam, with flying colors. But I don't think that anything has changed in terms of monetary policy delivering on its mandate and doing the job when necessary. So don't you worry about that. The ECB will do whatever is necessary. But what we see in this global context is that it might not be sufficient. And here the structural weaknesses are critically to be fixed. But I would be quite optimistic on Europe, for the same reason that Edward mentioned, and Valdis as well, we have the Draghi report. We have a latest report, so we know what we need to do. Yeah. The only question is to do it, and it's not easy. We would be in a much more difficult situation if we would not know what to do. Okay, so let's weigh the perspectives, simply gear it up. In terms of this same simplification, I think simplification is a no-brainer, because I would define it in a way that you still deliver the result, but in a simpler way, with less resources. Deregulation is case-specific, so it's less general. But there are elements where we clearly need deregulation as well. And we kind of, in different sectors are working on that. But let me come back to this issue in terms of, I think it's the Finnish president Stubb very nicely kind of put it across in his UN speech, saying that by and large diplomacy is about values, interests and power. And he was saying that coming from a small country, Finland, it does not have enough of the power. Latvia is in a similar situation. But we are part of European Union. So we should ourselves appreciate that we are much bigger than that. And we need to build this power by kind of destroying these fences that are fragmenting ourselves. And the Draghi report does it for the economy. There must be other kind of reports that does it for other areas of our society. But the blueprint for what needs to be done is straightforward.
And Maria, I'll try to end on something slightly more optimistic, to try to get a sort of optimistic case, you think, of the kind of opportunity that's here before Europe. I mean, we've touched on some of it. Where do you see that?
I think just to follow up on the position of small countries and what they can do. I come from Ukraine, not necessarily a small country, but agency of small and middle-sized countries still matter. And I think Baltic states, Finland have done remarkably in terms of teaching how to achieve economic resilience, economic security, by gearing up sort of national measures first. And this is obviously, they're much more open economy and would be much more vulnerable, but there have been unprecedented, changes at the national level that put them in a much better position if you look at how quickly Baltic states have phased out Russian gas and switched to LNG, about critical infrastructure, the shadow fleet, the sort of monitoring of that, the national measures in terms of sanctions has still been implemented. So whatever happens at the EU level, there are measures to react to that at the national. So there have been a lot of changes where smaller countries can teach, and I'm sure Latvia has been, passing that sort of lessons learned to other countries, what can be done there. But following up sort of on your questions in particular, so it's one thing to focus on the protect side, but I think the ultimate strategy is to focus on the, not just promote, but understanding your strategic indispensability in the global supply chain. Again, something that Japan is strongly focuses in its economic security strategy. And that brings us to this coalition of the willing. How do we partner with like-minded countries? How do we recreate burden sharing without the multilateral institutions and risk sharing where, like-minded countries can achieve and don't compete for the same goal?
And Ed, just coming to you, and I'd like to come back to just this question of China, just broadly speaking, where you see the kind of the tenor of that conversation between the United States going, where you see it evolving. And I think this was a hope from the very beginning from the Europeans that actually this is something that the United States and Europe could actually get along on and could potentially have a united approach on. That has obviously not really been the case. Is there an opportunity in there for the United States and Europe to speak with the same voice?
On China?
Yes.
There is an opportunity in theory, on paper. In practice, I find it very hard to imagine how because for two of the three biggest markets, the US and the EU, to cooperate in trying to constrain and curb the other big market, requires such extraordinary sustained strategizing
and trust
and dialogue and trust that, I mean, I've answered my question. No, it's not going to happen. I mean, I think that, you know, the game here is we're getting into, we've gone up and down with China. We're now on a real down with the 100% threat.
Yep.
The possibility that Trump won't actually meet Xi Jinping at the APEC summit in Korea at the end of this month. I suspect that's sort of brinksmanship, and we've seen it before. It's a roller coaster. But what China is teaching the world, I guess, is that, you know, leverage does work. It can produce short-term eruptions, but ultimately it brings Trump back to the negotiating table. And Trump's awareness of China's stranglehold on, you know, between 75 and 90% of the world's critical minerals and rare earths is, you know, an extremely important, arguably the most important revelation of this whole year, since Liberation Day, is the China leverage.
I think even, he was surprised by it.
Even he was surprised by it. And so a colleague of mine coined the phrase, Trump always chickens out, taco. Generally, he's not chickened out, so it's not fair to apply that across the board. But he has with two elements. One is China, and the other is the bond markets. And we saw the stock market yesterday drop, 2.5%. What happens with the bond markets if this 100% tariff threat, if this sort of full-scale decoupling risk starts escalating, the bond markets are going to respond. And then we'll see what Trump does.
And I want to open it up to the audience next, just to prepare yourselves, but I just want to close with Commissioner there. We're talking a little bit about kind of the leverage that each of the blocs has. In your mind, what is Europe's leverage? Is it just that large single market, or is it somewhere else?
Obviously, our single market is our largest economic asset, with 450 million consumers, with 26 million companies. We are obviously a strong player, and we need to leverage. Also, what we see in a current, more unpredictable world, that also the stability, the respect for the rule of law, the predictability, strong institutions, it also all counts for something. We see elevated interest, for example, in euro-denominated assets. Question is how we build on this. But it's also clear that in this more conflictual geopolitical situation, Europe has to become more of a hard power, which we have not been so far, because area of defense has never been, EU area. EU was kind of started as a peace project, not to allow the war on European continent again. Unfortunately, war on European continent is reality again, so we have to reconsider this. And we have moved, I would say, very strongly into this area of security and defense, and that's something which we need to obviously continue. So when I was starting saying that two main priorities for the EU is competitiveness of our economy and security and defense, those are the areas we need to continue to focus on to be a player on this global stage.
I think with that, I'll open it up to the stage here, and just to not, so the organizers don't get too concerned, I'm aware of the time. I'm going to steal maybe an extra 5 minutes because we came a little late. To the minister in the front there.
A quick question to Edward Luce, who earlier this week also did Isaiah Berlin lecture on Zbigniew Brzezinski. Looking back in the past, which period you would compare us today to?
Thank you for that easy question, Minister. And it was an enormous pleasure, by the way, to give that lecture. So thank you very much for inviting me. So the more ominous analogies that we hear from historians and from political scientists, historic analogies, are pre-1914, and that's the US-China situation, Germany, Britain. And in terms of what we're facing domestically with populism, both from the right and the left, the 1930s. So, if you're feeling particularly suicidal, you can sort of blend pre-1914 with the 1930s and see what comes up. And I think the great advantage of having these analogies and being familiar with them and studying them is that we know what to avoid. We know history does provide a signpost as to where not to go. And we've been talking about the EU. Well, the EU is sort of creation in response to that, to try and prevent a recurrence of that. I don't think most of us study history, and I think there are one or two sort of very prominent world leaders who you could argue are not deeply knowledgeable about history. And so others, it's incumbent upon others to, I think, bear these lessons very, very prominently at the forefront of the debate and of their minds.
I'll add to that, just if you want to ramp up the Depression pre-World War I, pre-World War II, with a destructive power of 2025, which is basically unlimited. To the gentleman there.
Gats Seglīts, ex-Minister of Social Labor Affairs here in Latvia. And the question is about France. How worried are you what's happening there? It's the second biggest economy, 7% of GDP, debt deficit basically ungovernable, as we see now. And why is it affecting us? Of course, it's the borrowing costs. To get to 5% of GDP, we are borrowing a lot. We don't have savings. So our state debt, budget deficits for the next 3, 4, 5 years are going up. Debt servicing costs are going up. And of course, if anything happens in France, we will feel it. Thank you.
Who would like to take that one?
I can take that one.
Yeah.
Well, indeed. So if we look at the situation in France, obviously the questions of fiscal stability are important, and France needs to do quite sizable fiscal adjustment to be in line with a medium-term fiscal structural plan next year. So this year, France appears to be on track. And what is happening right now is that, in a sense, the process of formation of the government is in parallel with the process of formation of the budget, because in a sense, budget was a stumbling block for the previous two governments. So it's important that once you put a government in place, you also put a budget in place. So I just day before yesterday had a conversations with a new French Minister of Economy to discuss all of those issues. So the budgetary preparations are on track, and we hope that the budget which is going to be presented is going to be broadly in line with the requirements of the medium-term fiscal structural plan.
The gentleman, center there, 4 rows back.
Thank you. Thank you very much for an excellent discussion. My name is Jakob Ström from the Ministry for Foreign Affairs in Stockholm, Sweden. You've touched on a number of problems and challenges. You mentioned the euro crisis. We've talked about the tariffs. There are some who say that deregulation of the financial market in the US is threatening the stability of the American economy. Obviously, it's not only France, but other economies as well that are very indebted. There are numerous problems in the global economy, and if any of these bubbles, like the AI investment bubbles, burst, what do you envisage, and what are the risks of a financial crisis globally? It seems to me we're balancing on a pretty slim edge.
Maybe Governor Kazak, since that'll be your problem first, I guess.
I would approach this from a structural perspective. Bubbles come and go, bigger and smaller. They will always happen. But then what is the outcome, and what's the way we deal with that? And let me bring you back to the bubble of late 1990s, early 2000s. There was a massive bubble that burst and had economic implications. But it also led to structural changes in the economy. And to a large extent, this digitalization revolution was much better used in the US than in Europe. So Europe missed out on part of that. Be my guest, just imagine what will happen with European productivity and growth and its geopolitical reach and standing if we miss out on the revolution of artificial intelligence. Okay? Of course, we have to be considerate of what happens with the technological development, and we need to invest. It will come with some kind of frothiness in the markets. And the run that we've seen so far in the financial markets has been quite a run. It has been quite a steep climb. Who knows what will happen exactly going forward? We have lots of safety checks in Europe that are operational. And of course, it's not a very good example because it's a different one. But take a look at what happened with Silicon Valley Bank in the US. Nothing like that happened in Europe. We have much more robust system than it was prior to the global financial crisis. But this architecture is not complete yet. Okay? We still do not have EDIS being finished, banking union. Okay? We do not have effective and efficient enough savings and investments union. So, of course, I would be worried if something breaks. But unfortunately, it is also part of the deal. We have to be quick to resolve those issues. So if you're afraid of wolves, don't go into the forest. But we need to go into the forest. Okay, so sorry for that. Life is what it is. Let's be realistic.
Well, I mean, I'm hesitant to end on that note, but I'm conscious that everybody here has...
But we are following, of course, closely to that. But non-linearities in financial markets is a risk.
Yeah. I mean,
if I may just add a few words on this, we were really discussing simplification and why not the regulation. And we hear some voices, especially in US, saying, okay, probably we need to deregulate the financial sector to allow for faster growth and so. And that is one area where in the EU we are saying exactly that we do not have intention to deregulate, that the financial sector regulatory and supervisory framework was set up in EU at the EU level following the global financial and economical crisis. So it's set up there for a reason, and by and large, it serves us good in all the previous economic shocks which we had, starting with COVID-19 pandemics and the energy crisis following Russia's invasion in Ukraine, and so. Actually, our banking sector and financial sector served us well. It was part of the solution, not part of the problem. Obviously, there are things which we need to simplify and streamline, but that just shows that sometimes you have those regulations there for a good reason, and exactly now where indeed analysts are increasingly saying that maybe some financial risks are on the rise, it's important to have this robust system.
Well, on that note, I think if we could all join me in thanking our panel, Maria Shigina, Edward Luce, Valdis Dombrovskis, and Martin Kazak. Thank you very much. Thank you.
To the coffee break. And this is the final session in the main program. And I'm happy to announce that this is going to be a panel about the future of multilateralism and the UN's evolving role in the fragmented world. We started this whole Riga conference asking about this fragmented role, how we can put the puzzle together. And in this final session, hopefully, we'll find some more answers. And I would like to invite on the stage diplomats and experts who are going to be moderated by Jānis Mažeiks, the Director of Policy Planning at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Latvia. Please welcome and announce the great expert you have on your final panel today.
Okay. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, and indeed we have a chance of having very diverse perspectives this afternoon. So I would just invite on the stage our Minister, Baiba Braža, Ambassador Amr El-Sherbini, so Assistant Foreign Minister of Arab Republic of Egypt for Multilateral Affairs and International Security, Ambassador Vanessa Frazier, the permanent representative of Malta, but I would be remiss not to mention that she's also the incoming special representative of the UN Secretary General for Children in Armed Conflict. Dr. Juan Bataleme, State Secretary for International Relations at the Argentinian Ministry of Defense. And Mr. Dhruva Jaishankar, Executive Director of the Observer Research Foundation America. And indeed, I feel privileged being on stage with you because we have managed to have a panel composition which is indeed reflective of the United Nations. We do have one way or another representatives of the 5 regional groups of the United Nations. I think this is a very important aspect because when we're talking about the fragmented world, then it is also important to discuss how united is the United Nations. And what is the role of the United Nations in this world? Because there has been quite a lot of doom and gloom. There has been calls for change at the United Nations, and I'm sure that we'll have plenty of discussions also on one of the key institutions of the United Nations for upkeeping international peace and security, namely the UN Security Council. I did the math. On average, the countries that the panelists, one way or another, are representing in the United Nations is that on average the respective countries have been 5 times on the UN Security Council since the establishment of United Nations, with the exception of Latvia, because Latvia for 46 years of UN's existence simply wasn't able to be part of that community. And very recently Latvia has been, for the first time ever, elected to the UN Security Council. So, Madam Minister, I would like to start with you and ask your perspective on the situation of multilateralism and whether this doom and gloom is well placed, misplaced, and how much UN should be adjusting to the realities that are very much different from 1945.
Great to have you all in Riga. As you know, a joke goes, Brit, American, and so on and so forth went to a bar. So we have Indian, Argentinian, Maltese, Egyptian, and Latvian meeting in Riga. So I think that's, I quite like that. The UN, I think for us, for Latvia, again, we were established in 1918 as an independent country, like other Baltic states, Finland, and quite a number of other nation states in Europe. And we were the only 3 states, the Baltic states, that were members of the League of Nations, but didn't become founding members of the United Nations. So the significance for us of the UN was actually much bigger than for many other nations in the world. The fact that our flags were not there at the UN headquarters or Geneva or Vienna The fact that our lobby group, the Baltic Appeal to the UN, had to really lobby hard for the Baltic case to be heard, that the US, UK, and many other nations in the world, states in the world, never recognized the Baltic occupation, the jure, and inclusion in the USSR. It was all forming a sort of feeling of having the state, having the nation, but not being recognized again. So in 1990, when the restoration of independence took place, it was one of the first tasks on the way to sovereignty to become members of the United Nations. Happened in 91, in September, on the same day as South Korea and North Korea joining the UN. So the big sort of change also took place on Asian continent, not just, the geopolitical realities were also there. So from there on, our task was, of course, to fully integrate into the work of the international institutions, which were very much part of the heritage of the post-Second World War arrangements. And that's, regionally, that was, of course, the European Union, it was the Council of Europe, it's the NATO, which is a regional security organization under the UN Charter, very clearly in NATO's statute. And then, of course, within the UN itself, the sort of rule is that you compensate for the size with the same level of decision-making, one vote, one country. And thus, being member of the Security Council for the first time for us is part of the same way of assuming sovereignty, of contributing to the world stability, of making sure that actually those institutions that we have created that has guaranteed peace on the European continent, such as NATO and the others, that actually are maintained. And now there is a change happening. We see Russia has violated the very basic rule of the United Nations. We see the use of armed force is much easier in various places in the world. So the question is, do we adjust? Do we try to stay as we are? If we adjust, then what do we adjust? For the Security Council reform, we need unanimity of permanent members. Who is naive enough to think that there will be that vote? On what? So the only things that we can do is actually to make use of the UN Security Council, to make the work methods, to make the efficiency, transparency, and everything possible, to bring the cases of veto to the UN General Assembly, to make sure that the world community sees, to make sure that the UN Security Council is the main table in the world where the most important issues are brought to and heard, whether that's the airspace violations, whether that's the unjustified use of force, and so on and so forth. And I think that is something that we will be very committed to. But also, in our view, the threats of today and tomorrow are also beyond the military use, the non-military threats. You can call them as you want, emerging, disruptive, so on and so forth. But they are also threats to peace and security, whether that's cyber, whether that's use of AI for military means, and so on and so forth. So we had a number of very interesting events this autumn. Korean presidency brought the use of artificial intelligence for military purposes to the UN Security Council. We have had a debate on maritime security. Again, important for us all. And I know that Indian position when they were on the council a couple of years ago was quite skeptical about this, preferring to deal with the very traditional military threats. But the world is changing, so I think our role will be actually to try to, while strengthening our own security and sovereignty, also bring those issues that are important for other parts, for the groups of other countries to the council.
Thank you. Ambassador Sherbini, I think that Madam Minister already referred to these different perspectives from different regions, what should or should not be on the agenda and how it should be addressed. From your perspective, how much is it important to strive for common values? Because clearly different regions, different countries have their own perspectives. How much is it important to strive for something that is common, and how realistic it is?
Well, thank you, actually, and it's a pleasure to be here and to take part of this panel and to discuss such important issue. Actually, Egypt is a founding member of the United Nations. We joined since 1945, and the UN has a special place in our foreign policy. It was always this place that we want to keep safe, to bring our voice for the General Assembly, when you have all member states having one voice, one weight. So the values, it's very important to have, as Egypt is part of the African group and of the Arab group at the UN, and as well of other political groups like OIC, Non-Aligned Movement, and we are always pushing for these values to be cherished and kept. The problems that we have a new situation. It's not new. It's a situation that we have at least during the last 5 to 10 years. We have a world that it's very much divided geopolitically. We have nations that are searching for their own interest. They are not respecting the values that used to be at the UN before. Speaking about clean slate, before at the UN for elections for regional groups, for example, was something that was very well respected. Now you don't have this. You have nations looking for their own interest. We have seen it in several groups, geographical groups at the UN recently, and this is the problem. We have a UN, but it's not that was before. We have a UN that is fragmented. We have the Security Council, which is the main body entrusted of peace and security at the UN and in the world, is not capable of achieving its role. The reform of the Council, this is an old new issue that it was discussed. Me, myself, I was working on this reform since 2006. And it's close to 20 years, and it's always the same rhetoric. I have not seen something new. So we need to move. It's not just an issue of numerical or numbers, but it's an issue of working methods. And that's why we need to keep the Council, even if we have a P5 that are using the vetoes and not allowing the Council to express its positions. We need the role of the E10 and those elected countries who are representing really the international community to bring the voice. And this is actually was our position long time ago. When we were used to face vetoes, we used to go to the Council and present a draft resolution. We know that it will not pass, but we make it for the political reason. And then we take it to the General Assembly in order to have the international community agreeing on a value of ending occupation, on a value of stopping aggression, on a value on not using unilateralism as a way to impose policies at the UN. The UN right now, it has, we have several challenges coming on within this coming months. We have the UN 80, which is the new Secretary General plan for reform. Reform, it's a term that we are always using at the UN, but and it's the same agenda, by the way, but it's with different presentation and different ways to present it. So we have the UN 80, and the discussions in New York will be very important to forge a way for the UN to go on, or we will have much more, or we will undermine more the UN if we will not agree on a consensus. And we have a new Secretary General that will not be elected next year, and this is very important. He or she, what will bring to the table of the United Nations of new idea, of a new plan. We need a Secretary General with vision, really, because it's what we face right now. It's a situation that either the UN will move on or it will continue to be a venue for meetings and for people to meet, but without having any decisions or outcome to be implemented. We have as well, we need to see, do we need to go to see, can we do more between UN and regional organizations? Can we try to address Chapter 8 more? There is a possibility for that. And here we need to agree on that. If this will be implemented, so the UN will need to see how they can support the regional organizations. This is something that we were very interested to discuss when we were on the Council in 16-17, and we were trying to push this idea of having partnership on peace and security between the United Nations and the African Union based on Security Council mandates. So this is much more what we have right now, and we need really to work on consensus, because if there is no consensus, and this is our idea, and this is what we are trying to push in our regional and between political groups and to take it as a message from those groups to the international, to the entire membership, that we need to work on common paths or this organization will not be relevant, and we will see more of fragmentation, we will see more work done outside the UN, in G7, in BRICS, in regional organization, geographical organization, I will not name, but there are many. And really, we need to avoid this tendency of confrontation and to work on more way for consensus and working together.
Thank you very much, and I think your intervention very elegantly opens my way to ask the question to Ambassador Frazier, because you have very recently concluded your presence on the Security Council as one of the E10 or elected members. So, do the permanent 5 listen? And if they don't, do you manage to make them? And what do you do if they don't?
I think we have managed to make them listen to us. First of all, I think it is really important, and I'm very pleased that we are referring to the elected 10 as the E10 and not as the non-permanent members, as is listed in the Charter. I insist very much, even with my minister and our officials back home, that if we are non-permanent, then they are not elected. Right?
Oh, a good one.
Okay? So I think it is really important that we refer to ourselves as the elected members and the E10, and we should always use that jargon, because it really does define that we represent a general membership. That we have a legitimacy. So one of the things when we used to be in our close consultations and negotiating, because the real work of the Security Council happens in the closed consultations, right, in conclave. Not what you see at the chamber is the Security Council show, basically where you go and you read your set statement out and is aired on UN TV. But the real negotiations happens all behind the scene. And when we are there, I used to remind the other elected members that we campaigned for this, right? We went round the geographic members, the different member states, and we told them we are aware of the responsibilities and we are ready to bear the burden of it. And whilst we have priorities which are given to us by capital, we have one responsibility which is entrusted to us by the Charter when we are sitting as a council member, and that is the maintenance of peace and security. So that has to be at the forefront in our mind. And I think what defines, what separates the difference, the main difference, apart from, of course, the veto power, but the main difference between the permanent and the elected members is the fact that we feel very strongly the accountability towards the general membership because we have campaigned, we have made, we have to sit with our priorities, I said what we're going to focus on, what our programs would be. So the elected members feel very much that responsibility and that accountability. So when we are negotiating with the permanent members, you have to keep in mind that there is this perception that the elected members don't have any say or cannot have, cannot make a difference. But it's not true. If you look at the working methods of the council, first of all, the elected members make up 2/3 of the council. In order for a resolution to pass in the council, you need at least 9 affirmative votes. Therefore, when a permanent member is trying to push one of their own priorities, one of their own resolutions, they need us. They need the E10, right? They need at least 9. They need 8 of us if they're one of the votes. Okay, so each side needs each other. So we must not come with that perspective. When we were campaigning for the council, our election was in June of 2022. February of 22, we know the Ukraine war broke out, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. There was a Russia veto in the council, and it was considered that the Security Council was stalled, that nothing was frozen, nothing could be done. And we were always asked this question: why are you going to go on the council? The E10 have no say. And I used to say, the E10, if they are united, could be a 6 veto. And I remember many rolling their eyes and saying, poor naive woman, she doesn't know what she's talking about. But we proceeded to prove it. The E10 did make a difference on many files. The E10, first of all, are a moral balance and a moral compass on the council. absolutely representational of the general membership, whilst there are individual priorities, of course, but very representational of the Council. Introduce thematic teams, very importantly, as the Minister stated herself also. The threats to international peace and security are not just the traditional umbilical ones. There's the security, climate security nexus, there is AI, there's cyber. There are many new threats that invariably it is the elected members that bring on. And what we are seeing is that this is a baton which is passed on to, another incoming. So when we introduce sea level rise, and then when we go off, we see which other perhaps European member that comes after us will take on the security climate nexus, and it's the same for other elected members. So there are themes which are carried on in the Council by the elected members. There is a very important role of the chairing of the subsidiary bodies. We cannot give it enough importance. Years ago, the permanent members, I think the permanent members gave the chairing of the bodies in the hands of the elected members to keep us busy, little children with toys, so they won't get up to any, naughty ideas in the main council. But in reality, those bodies are very important, and we can be very impactful in it. Malta had the role of being the JCPOA facilitator. We also chaired 1267 sanctions committees with Al-Qaeda, Daesh, and we chaired Children and Armed Conflict. We had groundbreaking resolution, records-breaking resolution on Children and Armed Conflict, apart from the unanimous passage in the Council. We had 111 co-sponsors from the General Assembly, which shows that the general membership is interested in the work of the Council. Because when you have 111 members that co-sponsor a Security Council resolution, it shows that the general membership is looking to us, is looking to the elected members, and that we are representing them. So there are also, when we just did our lessons learned and looked at our achievements on the Council, and it's not just a list of the resolutions which we introduced. What we worked on the Council were, cross-cutting themes like WPS, Women, Peace and Security, as I mentioned before, climate also. We ensured that we defended the language in each of the resolutions which were brought before us. So whether it is a mandate which is being renewed, we plus like-minded elected countries ensured that, for example, the WPS language was not diluted, that the child protection language was not diluted. Those are all wins. Those are all important roles of the elected members, and we cannot give it enough value. And I think the general public does not understand that being there and having elected members on the Council which represented the principles and the values of the general membership is so important. Because when I used to be asked the question, why are you going to be on the Council? It's the 5 that control everything. I say, okay, then let's reform the Council and just have a Council of 5, right? Does anybody want that? Nobody wants it. So clearly you're admitting that we have a role.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe to broaden the perspective on, because you have, Dr. Bartolome, rather many experiences in the past, and some of them are very hard security things. At the same time, I know that Argentina is in fact the recordist among the current panelists, because Argentina has been on the Council 9 times.
Yeah, exactly.
So, from your perspective, is it the time of transactionalism? Do principles still matter? How we can reconcile that?
So, thank you for the invitation. First of all, it's an honor. And also, let me say that I am not a career diplomat, so I'm going to be the common people who is speaking. And principles are important, yes, of course. And Argentina is deeply involved in to keep a stable and secure international order, as you said, because we know the value of the Security Council. But this year it was the first time that I attend as a government official and a General Assembly forum, annual General Assembly meeting. And let me draw a small parallel because it was quite clarifying for me the way that we are talking about the international order, the UN, etc. And it was amazing because President Trump is completely right. When he criticized the furniture, the floor, the escalator, and he's one of the top leaders on the world. And imagine how awful it is when you are seeing your leader, your president or whatever, in the position that the UN assigned to us. The translator chairs are all, it looks like, from the 60s. The chairs creaking makes an awful sound. The lights are awful. When you look at the UN building, you are looking at a picture of the 60s, of the 50s, actually, and the architecture of the 50s. So you said one important thing that who was listening our leaders, minor countries or small countries, or even the largest, but not the great powers, just bureaucrats. No other leader were engaged listening what other leaders are saying. So it was crazy for me. So the building itself, what is inside is all. Even the people look a little bit old. True, it's true. So let me tell you one thing. If the building created to maintain the rule-based international order is in disarray but still work, right? What can we think? What can we say about the international order itself? And this is important because conversation, all the important things that you said about multilateralism and the evolution of multilateralism, the conversation about multilateralism is split in two. One is the autocratic conversation and the other one is the liberal conversation. And this is how the international order inside the UN can be described. And the second one is the agenda. The agenda is important because it's a complicated one. There are two agendas at the UN. One is the progressive agenda, which is about transformation, and the other one is about a conservative agenda, which is trade and international security. And that's it. And one thing that is important that maybe for the common people, the first agenda is important, but in reality, the second one is even more important because it's about survival. And I know that we spent plenty of years talking about the transformation and the transformative agenda, but in reality, we need to start to talking about security again and trade again. My president, in related to that, asked to the people who were listening, mostly bureaucrats, that he wants to return to the basic. And this is what Argentina wants to do with the UN. And return to the basic is do international security again and make the United Nations another institution of the balance of power, as it was. So let me conclude these small remarks about one important thing, the evolution, the way that we need to navigate the discussion at the UN is thinking on modular multilateralism, or if you like, a sort of coalition of the willing. I had the opportunity to hear you, Your Excellency, in the sea and the maritime security discussion. And when you look the room where the discussion took place, it was as old as the United Nations, but it has one advantage, which you can enable the room whatever you wanted to do it. And that is a good thing for the next years, because we have at least one ongoing conflict, the Ukraine war. Hopefully, the Israeli defensive war against terrorism is going to end. But we are close to have another wars in another part of the world, as yesterday was said. So the United Nations has a main function, which is conservative, and is to talk about the survival of our state system, but also the human race. Nuclear proliferation is the next step. I was shocked, and I am done with that. Yesterday, everyone's talked about the Chinese modernization of its nuclear arsenal. When you look at that, it is amazing how people separate nuclear proliferation from space militarization. And for example, Latin America is central in space militarization. Plenty of space installations are being built in Latin America. And this is part of the nuclear war. The UN was successful in the Cold War, of course, because they did what they did, which was engage in security issues. So it's not time for the transformative agenda. It's time for security, multilateralism, knowing that there are two parallel conversations there.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jaishankar, maybe to feed on this perspective, also broadening the picture on conservative versus more aspirational agendas, how should the world navigate all of this multipolar competition as well? Two countries that have not been mentioned yet is also US and China. Well, China was just mentioned. How do you see their interactions playing out? Because I know that you have been writing about it as well in your... In fact, one word which I didn't mention yet is in one of your papers you referred to UN as legacy institutions. Maybe it's also overlaps with the previous interaction, but...
I don't recall. I may have, but I don't recall. But first of all, thank you. Thank you for having me here. It's my first time in Latvia, and it's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you, Minister, for inviting me to this. I also have, I think, the advantage a little bit of I'm not only not a diplomat, but I'm also not an official, so I have the ability to say lots of things here. Look, I'm going to just take a step back and just put the UN in a little bit of context in terms of the international order today. We are now in the post-Cold War order. We can argue about what we need a better term for it. I think we can all agree about that. But we are now somewhat removed from the immediate post-Cold War world, let alone the Cold War. And this world order is, I think, defined. If you were to step back and say, what are the chief characteristics of this international order? It is primarily one defined by US-China competition. Right? Today, the United States and China are the two largest military and economic powers, and are showing a growing willingness to use that power. And actually, the previous panel discussion, discussed Europe's role in that respect. Now, a few, I think, key sort of unusual, paradoxical aspects of this, even though we live in this world of US-China competition. One, it is obviously a very globalized context. It's very different from the Cold War in the sense that the US and China are amongst the two large, they trade a lot with each other. You have 200, 300,000 Chinese students in the United States. You have a very significant integration of supply chains between these two competitors. Secondly, in a weird way, the US and China are both indispensable to all of us. The US is indispensable as a market, and we are all facing we're understanding that on a day-to-day basis when the US slaps tariffs on different countries. It is very difficult for all of us to find alternative markets. We're now trying to do that, whether it's internal EU trade, whether it is between India and EU or Mercosur and EU. But the US is currently somewhat indispensable. Also, of course, as we're seeing in conflicts in Ukraine, in the Middle East and elsewhere, and in the Indo-Pacific, the US remains indispensable in many respects as a security provider. At the same time, China is indispensable as a producer. China now produces more, and if you just look at manufacturing output, more than any country in history, barring a brief period after the World War II, where the United States had this share of manufacturing power in the world. And so we have these strange situations where we had a few years ago an India-China conflict, and yet India's imports from China were increasing at the same time as Indian troops were mobilizing against China, right? So this is, I think, a very sort of strange paradoxical aspect of all of this, that in their own way, in the near term, in the short term, the US and China remain indispensable. And I'd say the third sort of strange paradox about all of this is that at this point of time, neither the US nor China is interested in building an inclusive international order. The US is, and it's not just Trump, although I think Trump has accelerated some of these trends, is resetting the terms of globalization and renegotiating what were long-standing understandings when it comes to alliances, when it comes to trade, when it comes to immigration, when it comes to multilateralism, and when it comes to intervention. I mean, it seems very quaint now when we look back. 10 years ago, the United States was pushing R2P, responsibility to protect, and the Libya interventions and things like that. That seems a world away today. At the same time, China is not really very capable or all that interested in creating an inclusive international order. And if you want evidence of this, just look at the September 3rd parade that was held in Beijing, where the chief invitees were Russia, Pakistan, North Korea, perhaps the three countries closest to China. Its vision for an international economic order is the Belt and Road Initiative, which is, again, hardly an inclusive one, very different from the Marshall Plan or something that was the United States, or the Bretton Woods agreements that the United States sponsored and supported in the immediate aftermath of World War II. So this is, I think, the context in which we're talking about the United Nations and the rules-based international order today, which is a very difficult one. You have two major powers, neither which is very interested in creating an inclusive international order, which are integrated with each other, using their market or their production capability as leverage, and that is, I think, sort of the place we're in. Now, bringing us to the United Nations. In some ways, congratulations to Latvia for being elected to the UN Security Council. Also, my condolences to Latvia for being on the UN Security Council, because it's a tough position to be in. There's a lot more scrutiny on every vote, on things you don't, Haiti, some places that you don't think will matter for Latvia.
It's important.
It's very important, yes, but suddenly people will care about what Latvia thinks about Haiti, right? So it invites a great deal of international.
Rubio actually in one of our first conversations spoke about Haiti, so Haiti will be important.
So what I'm saying is there are parts of the world that you may not think about day to day in Latvia, which
child protection mandate in it is very important, for example.
We're working on a new mission there.
No, all of that.
They're not full name.
But what I'm saying is, sitting in Riga, that's not something most people will be thinking about on a day-to-day basis, and yet suddenly where Latvia stands on these issues will become very important. But I think a few issues, and some of them were raised by people who have worked very hard at the UN in New York and in various other ways. They know it much better than I do. But I think a few things to keep in mind over the next few years as Latvia is on the Security Council. One, this is a body that meets more than ever, actually, and passes fewer resolutions than any time in its history. So it's again, the strange, you're going to be in for a lot of meetings, but fewer things will get passed. I think sometimes a win will simply be dampening conflict rather than preventing conflict. And that, I think, may be, in some context, a way to look productively at what the UN can do. That being said, as many others have pointed out, the UN Security Council has been found wanting in various ways, not just on Ukraine, not just on Gaza, but on Syria, in Sudan, in Myanmar, in many other conflicts around the world. And not to mention a number of new issues. We mentioned nuclear non-proliferation, which is something the UN Security Council did a lot of work on, particularly in the 1960s and onwards. But when you're talking about the pandemic, we're talking about climate change, talking about new technologies, in many ways the UN Security Council's mandate does not neatly fit into these things that matter very much, as the minister said, even for traditional security. To make matters even worse, some areas where the UN Security Council was, again, very important are being increasingly privatized, peacekeeping being one, and multilateral aid being another. And increasingly we're seeing in places like Gaza, in North Africa, that we're seeing private companies filling some of that void. And in other cases, other regional institutions, the AU, African Union, is taking up a much bigger burden in peacekeeping, for example, in the African continent. Again, all of this, I think, is exposing some of the glaring gaps that the UN Security Council is unable to fill in various ways. So what's the way forward? And I think I always try to end on a sort of productive, constructive note. There is a viable action plan for reforming the UN Security Council to make it more up to speed, more representative, first of all, but it's not just about representation, it's also about effectiveness ultimately. And again, just to reiterate, 60% of UNSC resolutions are on Africa. There is no permanent African member in the UN Security Council, and Africa is underrepresented. 60% of the world's population is in Asia. You have only one permanent member from Asia, which is China. So this is, I mean, again, there's an increasingly glaring gap between what the UN Security Council is supposed to do and what it is capable of doing. You have a few blocks, and again, a lot of people who've dealt with the UN are very well versed in all of this terminology. For others, like myself, it's been a new thing to learn. So you have the P5, you have the E10. I actually like the E10, and you have the G4. India is one of them. These are 4 countries: India, Brazil, Germany, and Japan, which are 4 countries that are aspiring to become permanent members and have actually advanced a loose formula for expanding the UN Security Council from 15 to about 25, 27. With more non-permanent and non-elected and permanent seats. You have a coalition, Argentina is amongst it, called the UFC, which is not it sounds very combative, but it's not always, I think, that combative. But the UFC, also called the Coffee Club, which is interested in not expanding permanent membership, and that includes Argentina, South Korea, Canada, Italy, amongst others. Are you part of Malta's party? Okay. Africa, the Africa bloc, we have Egypt here. I think part of what is constraining, to be honest, what is constraining UNSC reform is a few things. One is China, number one, is blocking a lot of efforts. The other P5, the US and Russia, are not very enthusiastic about reform. France is perhaps the most forward-leaning, to some extent the UK. But part of it is lack of consensus of the Africa bloc, and that is used sometimes by the P5 to say we're not ready for reform. We want a formula from the Africa bloc as to how they plan to select their representatives. And then finally, you have the L69, which is a group India also happens to be a part of it. These are mostly developing countries that are advocating for much more radical reform, which is completely eradicating the veto or something like that, which again, the P5 has been very pushing back on. So this is where things are right now. We thought there's something called the Summit of the Future. This was the last big reform attempt, the UN at 75, to try and change some of this. This did not happen. So I think UN at 80 is perhaps the next opportunity to do so. But the big question mark, I think, will be the enthusiasm of the US. Many of you will have seen President Trump's speech. On the one hand, you could see this as an opportunity. That is, the US is less interested in the UN. Trump wants to make a deal. He wants to win the Nobel Peace Prize. Maybe UN reform is the way to do it. On the other hand, clearly there's a sort of disinterest on the part of the US and other P5 countries to push this forward. So that's where we stand right now.
Okay. Frankly, I'm not holding my breath because I wrote my bachelor's thesis on the UN Security Council reform 30 years ago, and all the same abbreviations were already present there. But maybe returning back to some of the issues that UN Security Council should or should not be doing, the issue of aspirational or conservative agenda was already mentioned, and you, Madam Minister, mentioned already artificial intelligence as one of the new challenges. So, from your perspective, how much should this balance be kept between old and new types of threats? Are they new, or it's just unavoidable that, for instance, we have to talk about hybrid threats because just the threats to the security have evolved?
No, and the threats are threats. I mean, they are not hybrid. If you look at Russia's warfare doctrine, it has military, non-military means. So Russia is waging doctrine against quite a number of, waging war against quite a number of countries with non-military means. If you look at the cyber, at the hostile information operations, at sabotage activities, subversion, and so on and so forth, it's part of Russia's warfare doctrine. In Ukraine, it tried first with non-military means to get power. It didn't get it. So the first, in 2014, the partial invasion and hidden sort of annexation took place, illegal, of Crimea. And then in 22, the open military invasion. So actually knowing the warfare doctrines, understanding those processes, and exposing them, creating that awareness in the international community, but also among our populations, is a way to avoid use of military means. and the same with other threats to international peace and security. So that is something that we feel we do benefit by having that knowledge, but also we feel the obligation to bring it to the wider international community to understand what is happening. You know, we don't carry that colonial type of background that quite a number of countries, including on the UN Security Council, carry. We were ourselves subjugated to Russia's imperial policies, so Russia wants to do it again. Our obligation is not to let it happen. So we openly speak about it, we expose it, we present it also to the UN Security Council. And also the methods, the warfare methods. And those are the threats that we face. So we speak about them. But we also recognize the threats that other countries face. And of course, the only place where you can bring it together globally is the UN Security Council because of the representation of permanent 5, but also elected 5. And that's why I'm calling it the biggest table, the most important table of the world, because that's where all these threats to peace and security can come together and we can understand, know each other, and how to deal with them also better. And the maritime security event that we did at the UN is very important because, of course, here in the Baltic Sea, we face the threat of the shadow fleet of Russia, which is, using old vessels, untrained crews, no insurance, and so on and so forth to carry illegally its oil. In South China Sea, in Indo-Pacific, those shadow fleet accidents have actually taken place. So those are the next ones. In the Red Sea also. So, it's all connected. It's not something that is just isolated for the Baltic Sea per se. Those tactics can be used in other places, and they are threats to peace and security. So the Security Council should be looking at them. But also, I would like to go back to something that is, I think, important, not only for Malta or other countries here and for Latvia, that you do have these international principles that we all have voluntarily agreed to, and they are binding. The UN Charter is a binding document because we have all ratified that in our parliaments, we have abided by the principles and so on and so forth. So we actually take it seriously. So when Russia violated some of the most basic principles of the UN Charter by invading Ukraine, the first thing that together with Ukrainians we did was to turn to the UN Security Council to ask the Security Council to deal with the threats to peace and security, aggression, violation of the principle of inviolability of the borders. Russia blocked the resolution. It went to the UN General Assembly. So every year we have that open debate. And in the same time, in the UN Security Council, we have those very open, fact-based debates on particular issues of that Russian invasion, whether that's on the children, whether that's on women, whether that's on the overall violation of principles of peace and security that Russia is conducting. And it's the UN staff that brings the facts to the global community. Those are not us, not Ukrainians. The UN rapporteurs, whether that's Undersecretary for Political Affairs, whether it's a rapporteur on children in armed conflict, they are the ones who present what Russia is doing. So there is that registry, that non-sort of party type of documentation of what crimes have been committed and what damage has been made. So when we get actually to the reparations, when we get to the tribunal and taking Russia to that tribunal, that will form the factual basis. So it matters. It actually matters.
Thank you. I still have a number of questions, but I would like to give a chance to. Yes, I'm happy to see the audience that has. If you could just wait for the microphone.
Klaus Wittmann, Potsdam University and a former Bundeswehr general. I very much liked what the representative of Malta said about the E10. I think that is a concept to be developed further. And I think one of their roles at present, following up on what the minister just said, would be much more strongly chastising Russia, naming and shaming for its subjugation offensive against Ukraine. This is not just a war contrary to international law, like the most used, very pale-blooded term goes, but it is utterly criminal with regard to the aim and the motive, that is the use ad bellum, and what regards the methods, the use in bello. And I think the E10, as you described it, should try to be a thorn in the flesh of the P5 in this regard. Thank you. What do you think?
Thank you. Maybe I could just expand it a bit. You already referred also to the role of the... In fact, you referred to the role of the General Assembly when the Security Council hasn't acted. Do you see it as an instrument that should be used even more?
The General Assembly?
Yes.
Definitely. When the Council is blocked, cannot have an outcome, there is a way to go to the General Assembly and to call for a meeting. And there is an outcome, a resolution that is voted with big majority. But the problem that you cannot implement it like what the Security Council can do. There is no Chapter 7 in the General Assembly, and this is part of the problem. And that's why there was this debate on revitalizing the General Assembly and having it much more active. But at the end, you have the P5 who will not be willing to let some of the powers in the Council for the P5 to go to the General Assembly. And the same debate apply for the review going on right now on the peace-building architecture in the United Nations. The P5, they don't want to see the Peace-Building Commission more powerful in addressing issues that are on the table of the Council, because they want to keep their prerogative as they are. But definitely, the importance of the General Assembly is that you have a place where each country had a vote, had same weight. So this is the voice of the international community. You can have a resolution voted with over 160, 170, 180 country, member states. So this is reflect a position that reflects legitimacy, that reflects international communities, community positions. So this is the importance of the General Assembly, which has the same time, the same role of the E10, because they are elected by the General Assembly. So this is a way to reflect international community positions on peace and security matters.
Maybe just to complement on that, have you seen this as a deterrent effect on the P5, that this possibility that an issue gets to the General Assembly gets them more flexible with respect to, well, when it still is in the Security Council?
Malta was on the core group of the veto initiative resolution, which was it's called, and we believe very much in it. And it has lost a little bit of its importance now. But at the beginning, we did see that it was more costly for a permanent member to exercise a veto, because then it would have to go to the court of GA opinion, basically. So it's have to address the General Assembly, discuss, say why the initiative, whatever the vote was vetoed, and then hear the opinions of the other membership. And there could be a resolution or the same resolution voted on in the Security Council, and in the General Assembly. And it is simply a moral win, as you said, because the difference, what makes the Security Council so important, and we cannot discount this enough, and why membership of elected members is so important to the Council, it's because every decision of the Council is immediately binding on all member states, right? So this is why it is so difficult to negotiate anything and to achieve any outcomes in the Security Council, because whilst you may agree to even the same text in the Council of Europe or in the OSCE or in the General Assembly, even in that text in the Security Council is immediately binding on all member states, and it formulates international law. So this is why it is important for elected members to be on the Council, because you can push back even the watering down of language. So we have protected WPS language, for example. We have protected maritime security language to ensure that UNCLOS is not diluted. So these are important wins and important contributions of the Council. So when it comes particularly to Ukraine, the elected members have taken a stance. We were in the presidency in February of 2023, and we had the first meeting, we chaired the first meeting on the first anniversary of the war. which was probably one of the most attended meetings that I've ever seen of the Security Council. We had people sitting literally on the floors of the chamber, and there was, there was a clear condemnation of what had gone on, because the General Assembly gave us the terminology that we can use for this war. It is illegal and unprovoked. That is what the resolution of the General Assembly states. So we can say it, and it is said, obviously, in our statements, that it is an illegal and unprovoked war. The elected members have also held joint stakeouts together about Ukraine. We have, so on the mornings or the 10 minutes, whatever, before any Ukraine, whether it's humanitarian, whatever meeting on Ukraine in the Security Council, the elected members have had joint stakeouts where they have spoken together in one voice about what they feel about this illegal and unprovoked war. So they have been united, and they have spoken in one voice about it.
Just a quick note also on the UN Security Council and the binding nature, especially on Middle East. Once the UN Security Council does pass a resolution on the Middle East, for example, on the peace in the Middle East, it actually carries significant weight.
Yep.
It is taken as a legal base for action for countries in the world. And the principles that are involved there matter. So today we look with a great hope and expectation at the peace plan that is taking shape in the Middle East between Israel and Palestine. And we hope that we get to that moment that actually does go to the UN Security Council, and it is supported by all. And that would be something that I think for international peace and security would carry enormous weight, enormous weight. I can't say the same things that we expect something like that happening on Russia's war in Ukraine, but I think on the Middle East today we do have a chance of advancing meaningfully, not only the process but the substance.
Just sorry to throw a slightly discordant note into this, but to her professor's question on, I think there was a presumption in the question that the E10 would have a unified position that would, on Russia, for example, which would, I don't think, be the case in most circumstances. And it's not just on that issue, but on many other issues, there's unlikely to be a case. I also just want to caution against something, which is there is, values, liberal values are good. They are part of the foundation of the UN Charter. It's enshrined there. But there is also a great deal of skepticism in many parts of the world that sometimes those are used and interpreted selectively. And I'll give you an example. India, I think, considers itself a responsible member of the United Nations, one of the largest contributors to UN peacekeeping operations, has been a founding member from the beginning, even before it was independent. But one of the first major cases that went to the UN Security Council was 1948, when Pakistan-backed proxies invaded what was legal Indian territory. And India took the case to the UN Security Council in early 1948. And some countries, including at the time the UK, Canada, Belgium, amongst others, decided not to treat it as a clear-cut case of violation of sovereignty. And that's not, I'm not saying that's the reason to completely give up on the UN Security Council or something like that, but that is a case where a country that believed it had a strong case and was acting in, according to the way one would expect if its sovereignty had been violated, found that in certain cases, for other reasons, political reasons, these principles were conveniently abandoned. And it's not the only case. You can point to many such cases in Africa, in other parts of the global south. So I think there is sometimes a feeling that principles, great. When values and interests align, there is no question that you push forward with that. But in cases where they don't neatly align, it's sometimes a little bit self-selecting and hypocritical.
Okay, thank you. More questions from the audience? Yes, please.
I have a question.
Mike.
Thank you so much for the really diverse range of perspectives. I have a question for Mr. Jaishankar on how you see the strategic partnership between India and Russia evolving in the coming years. and how the views in India are evolving on Russia as a reliable security and a reliable energy partner. Thank you.
Yeah. So, should I take that? Very quickly, I know we're running out of time. A few things. The India-Russia relationship is an old one, dating back to the Soviet Union, 1960s. It had its difficulties even early on, but has became a much more consolidated and important relationship. Now, I think there are three aspects to it today. One is Russia remains a major provider of defense provisions to India, including defense equipment that the Indian military requires to be in a heightened state of readiness, including for China-related contingencies. But just to put some numbers on it, prior to the annexation of Crimea in 2014, about 85% of India's defense imports came from Russia. The last 5 years, it's been less than 35%. So there's been a big drop. And it's for a number of factors. The war in Ukraine means that Russia obviously prioritizes that theater. There have been difficulties in payments, supply chain constraints. But the fact is that India is becoming more independent of Russia over time on the defense side. The second aspect is not just energy, but commodities more broadly. And the fact is today there is a global shortage of commodities. It was very interesting to hear the commissioner on the previous panel talking about one of the constraints to EU strategic autonomy is the fact that commodity prices, particularly energy, are so high. Now, the fact is, you have sanctions on Iran, you have sanctions on Venezuela, there are constraints now on importing from Russia in various ways. There is a global shortage of fossil fuel energy, and India needs that. And India is not the only one that needs that for its growing needs. I wouldn't say it's not just energy. Russia still provides a lot of the world's certain critical minerals that even the US imports from Russia, palladium, for example. A lot of it is going through Kazakhstan, going through Turkey. But if you look at fertilizers, oil, coal, diamonds, precious critical minerals, Russia remains a global provider, and India does need it. And India doesn't source only from Russia. Prior to 2023, less than 3% of India's oil came from Russia. Today, about 25% comes from there. So I think the answer to that is how can India and the EU and others look to diversify those supply chains, make sure there's more supply, accelerate the clean energy transition, and this will help accelerate that. But this is largely a global market-driven phenomenon rather than a strategic. There's a third aspect which I will touch upon, which is India is concerned about the China-Russia cooperation that is taking place. It is now deeper than it has been since the 1960s, since the Sino-Soviet split. It is now, you're seeing collaboration in a variety of ways that we thought was not possible, like ballistic missile defense, for example. So it's a much more sophisticated, much more deep. President Xi and President Putin have met more times than any two leaders, I think, have met in the last 10 years. India is concerned about that because there are challenges with China and with Russia. And so keeping up that engagement with Russia remains an important part of what India is trying to do. I think for Europe, sitting here, it has actually proved useful in some respects. And I'll give you a couple quick examples. In September of 2022, there was some quite open nuclear saber rattling by Russia. And one of the channels that Washington and European countries used to communicate what the consequences of the use of a tactical nuclear weapon by Russia would be was through India. So having someone who's able to communicate in good faith with Moscow remains useful in certain contingencies. Similarly, when there were attacks on the Zaporizhia nuclear reactor, India was one of the countries working with the IAEA that was able to communicate to. So I do think that these are the realities of India's relationship with Russia. Frankly, India's relation with the European Union is becoming much stronger day by day, and we may have some major breakthroughs this year. But I think these are some realities to keep in mind.
Okay, thank you. And since I have been given signs that it's time for us to wrap up, I don't think we can have a very far-reaching conclusions. I think this debate...
When it finally became interesting, you are...
I think what it shows is that UN Security Council is not a panacea.
It's a very important tool.
But it is a very important tool.
Egypt as part of the African group, for example. We don't have another venue. We need to keep this high table in order for us to present our views. And that's why maybe I will a little bit disagree on the issue of the African position on the reform. We have a consensus, and there was a C10 summit in New York, actually, recently, and I took part in this summit, and there is enormous consensus on a clear common African position. The problems that you have the intrigues of the ING. So the position is clear. We need to eradicate this historical injustice. We need to have 2 seats with prerogatives. This is once agreed. The issue of who will join, will be agreed upon. We will have methods, but we need to agree on the principle, which is not allowed for Africa to take yet.
But I agree, India should be quite concerned on what I read in the latest Rusi report on Russia providing airborne battalion and training it in China. I think that's something that is quite a game changer for a number of countries in the region.
But to wrap up, I think that the fact that in this discussion on multilateralism, we focus so much on the UN Security Council, I think it also shows how central it is still for discussions on the world peace and security. And not always that it would have the answers, but at least indeed when the principles and values and interests align, that it can make a difference. Thank you very much, and let's give a round of applause to the panelists.
I would ask a distinguished panel to stay for a few minutes. I promise it will be not very long. And, you know, United Nations panel, 2nd year in a row, surprises me. It's really interesting. So this is paradox. So a new brand for Riga conference. So first, 3 days passed like a few minutes. That's unbelievable. In fact, 4 days, because we had a business forum this year as well. A few days ago, I was asked by journalists, what's added value to this conference, or conference in general? And probably this is kind of a bit Baltic, Nordic question, you know, why to speak if everything is so self-evident, everything is clear? But then we start to do and realize, oh, oops, apparently our common sense or rationalities are different. I heard throughout conference there were not only one who said, oh no, Putin is rational. I do think we should really draw a line between rationality and having rational. In psychiatric clinics, psychiatrists are dealing with maniacs who has some rational as well. So I think we must be aware of this part. On focus of the conference, when we were speaking and trying to create this event, we realized that this re-merging of Europe is an essential thing to have. So you notice that we were very, when we put balance out of it, quite many proportion was to ourselves. But I'm very happy that we are ending this day with a bit more global context as well. So we realize that Europe can't do it all alone, and on transatlantic line as well. So this is a part. We were discussing, and we, I guess, agree, and definitely Minister repeatedly said, no gray zones, here is war. And that was some kind of message. Let's call sometimes, if you want, really gray zone activities or whatever. So we were discussing about those. We were discussing about core functions of NATO. I think we got this polarized view whether in Latvia we have a homepage, everythingbad.lv. So there was something, everything is bad. We had as well something like NATO is very strong, we can do everything. If I would draw a line, and I can do with my closing remarks, that I would say we are damnably strong. We not always realize this, but at the same time we have damn a lot to do. So we really should work very, very hard. And through conference we are changing our thinking. So by changing our thinking, we are changing reality. And we have realized how far we have gone in Europe during those 3 years. So this is something to take away. And finally, we heard as well today, when we have plans, we know what to do. We know what to do, how to support Ukraine. We know what to do with our economies. We have Drago report, and we heard today as well that not to let Drago report stay as a Drago paradox. So we must do, we must act, and that's my wish for the next conference, that we already coming back with not totally, but hopefully totally different reality, that Ukraine won, and we start to think about a new agenda in not only Europe, but including world. But those are not my final words, because the most important thing, I was thanking everybody who was speaking. I was thanking you who were asking questions and stayed until the last moment. So thank you so much. But there is invisible front or visible front, which sometimes we don't see. Those are all people working behind in our canteen, our volunteers, our technical support. So please, big applause to all the team supporting. And in fact, I would like as well invite all volunteers and those who are supporting with a picture. I hope with the minister you would be ready for this. And speakers now are free to move.
And let me thank the LATO. Every year the conference changes. This year we consciously had less high-level politicians and more not even experts, but really people who could do deep dives on the record, off the record, and quite a bit of media. So I hope you all found it useful. And on the UN reforms and NATO reforms and all the others, let me quote my former boss, Jens Stoltenberg, where he said that what is common of international institutions and cemeteries is that those who are in them are not very useful and helpful with reforms. So to all of you who are not in institutions, you have a role to play.
And please, volunteers, can you come? Where are you? There was